here. That's what I thought. So turn this down. Okay. Hey, the one and only. The only one. I am the only one. All right, I'm coming on early. Let's see. Oh, I wish I knew how to do these technologies. I really do wish I knew how to do it. Someday I'm going to take a class on how to set up a studio. But anyway, I think I can go over here. There, I think I can do this. And then I see that you see me. When will you see me? I'm gonna get a hat. My hair looks terrible. What a boy. There's one boy I love. There's one boy I love. And his name is Lucky Boy. He's the only boy I love. He's the only boy I love. He's the only boy I love. Lucky boy. The boy I love. He's asleep. All right. So now you won't be able to see me very well. All right. So I just want to go over. Ham's going to come on at noon. He's at the hospital. And came on early because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this properly. For example, I don't know how to make that chart bigger to you, but we'll go with what it is. This is GDC, and here you can see they pulled it back. That's a little bit on a slant. Sorry, they pulled it back to the 50-day moving average. But look how it closed up at, what does that say, 388 on Friday. Chart doesn't look really good. But anyway, that's only if you take it charting very seriously. What I want to point out, though, is here. So it rallied from the beginning of the year up to this line, pulled back, punctured all the way up, pulled back, came down, rallied to that line, pulled back, rallied to that level. I can't really quite see what that level is. Maybe around $5, $4.75. Anyway, rallies again, and then it has this just indifferent. Everyone's throwing it away, selling, getting out. No one cares anymore. And it drifts down to the bottom of the page here. And it can't go any lower because it's the bottom of the page. So then we get a rally. And, it's causing everyone to be, well, what's happening? Is there any update? Is there any update? Well, all of a sudden, I guess, I don't know, was that just about 4 weeks ago? It has this huge jump. And I don't know if you see my, yeah, you do see my little thing. It has this huge jump up here to 12 bucks. I should do a different color, but anyway. And then they bring it down. This becomes, so anyway, to go back, this is resistance. They punctuated here, but that's last year. But then it's resistance, resistance. This is just everyone giving up. And then it's resistance on the third try, but you could call that the fourth try if you ignore this puncture here that went much higher to $44. Anyway, to me, you don't have to be exact with charts. Other people are precise. The reason I'm not precise is I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. But this goes to resistance once, twice, 3 times, or you could just start it here. Once, twice, and this was the third time, and it punctured through. Doesn't really matter whether it's the third or fourth time. And then this resistance, this number they have a hard time getting through, becomes support. And all the computers know this. The bad guys' computers and the good guys' computers. The bad girls' computers, the good girls' computers. And it collapses. For a while it's supporting. And then I guess it was last week. It might have been a little longer. It collapses. But look where it finds its support, right at where the computer has the 50-day moving average. And it bounces off of that. All right, so what does it mean? Let's look at a 1 year. Well, before I leave this page, look at this high here. Oh, let's get a different color. Let's get a different color. Look at this high here. That's like 40 something. But come over here. Come over here. I would come from, one place to come from would be just through here. I personally don't know that that has any significance at all. Why? Because you had this huge sell-off all along. But anyway, that's one place that it could stall. This 1, 2, sort of 3, 4, these levels are some indication of minor resistance to me. Other people might read it differently than I do. And please seek out ARCA or Avid. They know what they're talking about. But look at this one right here, that peak. That's 200. And look at this peak here. I can't really read what that is. I don't know, 280. And then this is the all-time peak right up here, which I'll just leave there. Anyway, ARCA would give you all sorts of Fibonacci things, and they're very good. I just don't know how to do it. But to my eye, this stock now, let me go with green on the longer term chart. This is really important. I'm just trying to highlight this blue line. This is really, I wish I could draw with this. I can't. Anyway, this blue line here is very important. Once it breaks through there, I would expect this to be in this range to be the resistance that will be, I think, quickly punctuated, but you could get a little bit of a pullback. I think 20 has some significance. I obviously think $40 some has significance. I think 80 is a bad mamba jamba. But look at that one right there, right up in here. I wish I could color this all in. I can't. I don't know how to do it. I wish I could draw with this. Maybe there's a way over here. Is that a drawing thing? Vertical line, horizontal line. What's this thing? Call out, arrow. Oh, there are tools here. Elliott Wave. I like Elliott Wave, but I don't know how to do it and show it to you. Anyway, all right, now let's go to 1 year. Now let's go to 6 months. Let's see what 6 months looks like. Okay, 6 months. Let's go to annotate. This doesn't look as devastating as the longer term model did. So what can I see here? All right, so let me be negative. I'll be negative first. I'll be negative first. This is the risk in the stock. I see a gap here, and I want it painted black. And it's also the 200-day moving average. So that's obviously what they're trying to bring it down to. But now look at the positives. It hit off of the 50-day moving average right here. It did break down through the 20-day here, which is why it came down here. It's all the same computers. But the volume here, that happened, what, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? There's no volume here, none. So what does it mean? I don't, you don't really know, but the fact that there's very little volume, to me, obviously time, I always was taught, particularly by good clients, time is risk. The longer something goes horizontally, the more risk to your theory. But the low volume to me means there's no selling. There's no selling. So if this volume here was all the volume we're ever going to see, well, you could argue this will drift slowly down over time and come down in this range. But if this didn't solve the problem, and the problem is, as I understand it, from Twitter, just from reading Twitter, there's something like 100 million shares short, supposedly, and there's only 9 million shares in the float, 10 million in the float. I don't think this is over with. And I think you could see this 470, 477. That's a breakthrough. Obviously, this is right in here. 550, even $6 is going to be where you need to puncture on the way up. But I think once you get through that, there's no resistance, and the stock's going much higher. All right, that was my amateur read on that one. I'm not going to mention this name, but I'm going to see if we can determine anything with it. I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can. Now this is the 1 year chart. Annotate. my lines are just rough. They're not exact. But obviously you're in a real sort of trend line. I mean, it's just been back and forth. I mean, even a short seller could see that pattern. It's just you could have made a fortune. Of course, I I wouldn't have the courage to do it probably. But every time the stock came up to around 4 to 4.40, sell it, buy it back. When it comes into the $3 range, sell it. $3, sell it. Then it drifted down, maybe in the two. But anyway, there was money to be made just trading that. All right, so what does it mean? That's 1 year chart. I don't see any volume anywhere, except here, of course. There's volume here. But nothing really here anywhere. There's a little bit, actually. I guess Friday there was some volume right here, picking up. The resistance I would see is being this, if it breaks through. The resistance that you're going to have to get through is 440, 450. And then right in here, there's a little bit, but I don't see that as a big deal. But you see, you count this 1, 2. If it gets up to 10 or 11, that would be the third time. They'll probably pull it back from there. I don't see that as a big problem. And then, of course, in here, you've got resistance. Move it up a bit and just find out what the top of it is. It's around $16. And then there's this high up here. So I would guess that it's going to go up to 450, pull back, try again. But once it punctures sort of that 450, that will then become the floor. And my opinion, it'll rapidly go to $10. Pull back. I don't see much resistance. Then it will, the next move will, I think that says $16. That's how I see it. Let me look at 5 years. No, that's shite. Let's look at 2 years. Let's look at 1.5 years. Okay, there. It doesn't tell you anything I didn't just suggest. This is good down here. This is turning positive. This is turning positive up here. This is huge. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times they've tried to get through there. The next time it gets through, that'll become support if it's a bullish move. And I don't know what to tell you about how high it could go. This will be the next resistance of, there's some in here. There's some resistance points in here, but that'd probably be the next one. It tried once, twice. This will be thrice. And then in here, somewhere in here will be another. And then I don't see anything above that. So anyway, that looks pretty interesting. Let me try another symbol. That doesn't tell you anything, does it? That looks like noise. All right, this, oh, I gotta click annotate. This actually, I have to tell you, on one level, if you drew it kind of like this, I mean, it's all interpretation. But you could see that as a rising wedge, and that's not very good. On the other hand, it looks a little bit like a pennant. And what that means to me, and remember, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. What that means to me is higher lows, always higher lows. And so it's building to a crescendo where, and I don't think we're quite there yet. It looks like we need another, I don't know. I don't know, another month, maybe another 2 weeks, maybe 2 months. We're not quite there yet. But this trend will have to be broken either by time. If you go sideways, the I don't know what to call it. This lower line will be broken. The downward trend, it's an upward trend line, but the lower trend line will be broken by time, and then the stock will come down. But I see this as a bullish pattern in my view. And if it breaks through this 250 level right here, 250, they tried it once. Well, I always use a fat finger in my adding it up, but they tried it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. We've been drifting sideways. If we get through 250, that will become support, and we're at a new level. I think this range here is the first resistance, then this one, and then probably this one. Is there a gap anywhere? I don't really see a gap. There was a lot of volume in here, but there's no volume really to measure this off of. So anyway, if it gets through 250, it'll come back to 250, bounce around. If it gets legs and runs, I'd say it goes to $8. This will be 1, 2, that'll be the third time. They'll probably try to pull it back a little bit. But then if it punctures that, I'd say it goes to 18. And there's not much resistance there. Really, there's not. And then maybe this becomes significant resistance here. And that's sort of in the middle 20s. Anyway, that one looks interesting to me. And then let's see. Okay, this is logic, which looks a lot like the last one we just looked at. This is the 5-year chart of logic. And like I say, you can be negative here. You can view this right here as some sort of ascending wedge. But because I can't really draw it, I don't think that's the applicable pattern. What I would draw is here. You wore down my resistance to be. So once, twice, thrice, thrice, 5 ice. I don't know, one. You can count that if you want. You can start here. 1, 2, 3, 4. If it breaks through here, I on good news. And in this case, I think it'll be good news that makes it break. I'd say right here is your first stopping point. Somewhere in here is your second one. So it's at $2. What? Sorry, 3 cents right now. I think it goes to 5 cents, then 7 cents ish. These are not exact, but here's the big one right here. That gap. And I drew it kind of low, 12.5 cents. I think that if I were to have to say what's the trade in logic, I think that's the trade. 3 cents to 12.5 cents. But look at all this right here. Look at all this right here. That could be your other target here, somewhere in there. And then the biggest one is right here. And that looks to be around 80 cents. I don't know if logic's going to get that high, because this chart was back when it had other assets inside of it that aren't there. So we'll just have to see what the news does for the stock price. But I think we're going to hear some things about logic soon. And like I say, from 3 cents, maybe 5, maybe, 4, 5, 6, then 12, and then maybe this, I don't know what that number is. Let's look at a 2-year chart, 1-year chart. Yeah, okay. 1 year is a good chart to look at. So you're in here trying to break out, trying to break up. They've been bumping up against that for months now. And I think with the pre-announced news that we know is coming, this hat is making me hot. It's making my head hot. I would say, I can't quite tell what that is, but it's right around here, 3 cents. That breaks out, and then it's this 4 cents here. So when it breaks out from 3 will become support. 4 cents is a resistance. You wore down my resistance to be. Yeah, I think 4 is significant. You know, it might take it might take until the second news announcement to get through 4. But then this one here is 6. And this one here, there's one here at 7. And there's one here at 8. So that's basically it. You're in at 3. News maybe gets it to 4. There's a little resistance at 5, but the next one is 6. Then it goes to 8. But here's the big one over here. This is the gap that must be filled. It must be filled, or our lives will be insignificant and incomplete. So I would say that's your trade in logic. 3 cents. You can get out at any of these levels if there's, and they're totally fine, no diamond hands. But I think, to me, if you see it as a trade, 15, 16, 17 cents would be a target to get out if you're pushing it. If you don't feel like pushing it, 8 cents, 9 cents here, 9 cents, you get a triple. Anyway, that's logic. I don't know what else to put up here. Maybe finger. Okay. This is a 1-year chart. I guess the best thing you could say about this chart is the stock has found support in this range. And that's pretty clear. That's a pretty clear, to me, that's pretty clear on this chart. So if I'm right, the risk is not deep. 270 becomes a target. There's no real, the last volume is way over here. I would say this is your next, that's your next target and finger. That's your next resistance and finger. Other real technicians will give you different information about these in here. But to me, I don't see a whole lot of resistance once this stock breaks 270. All of this noise here. The idea of charts is they show you where people who paid bought the stock higher and in volume will just breathe a sigh of relief and say, oh, thank God I can get out. I think they're already out if that were their mind. In the case of Finger, no one's selling anyway. No one's selling. So I think the chart's probably a meaningless exercise in Finger. But anyway, I would say that's your next resistance is just under 4. And then looking over here, once you get through there, I mean, this would probably be something. 450 will probably be something. But I would go all the way up here and say that 625. So I guess what I'd say about Finger is if it breaks 240 with volume and then breaks 270, it's going to 4. It might pause at 450, might pause at 525, but I think my target would be in the short run without a squeeze. It'd be $6 bucks, $4 to $6. And I don't know if this is helpful because I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's how I look at charts. Now, this one, yeah, DJT, I will go with that this is a declining wedge. I will go with that. It's a declining wedge. Now, listen to ARCA or Avid, but if I'm right, that's a declining wedge. That's very bullish. It could snap back very quickly when it broke out. If I'm right on that, that would be my theory on DJT. This is a point. That's a target, $45. Otherwise, the chart looks like it doesn't look that good. It doesn't look that good. This isn't over down here. They're not done driving it down. To me, they're not done driving it down. Or let me put it differently. There's still risk they'll drive it down. But if it snaps back to 18, you know, that could be fun. But it needs to show some get up and go before this is just ugh. But if it's a declining wedge, that could be good. That could be a nice trade. I don't know. I just feel like it's going to go. I hate to say it, even though that's the bottom of the chart. I think it's going to go lower first. Ugh, I hate saying that. And let's just for shits and giggles. Let's see what a 500 for 1 stock split does after the company does its due diligence and determines there's no short selling. This is what a 500 for 1 stock split does. 30 cents. That stock, that chart says avoid. It says avoid. That's the Sydney Rod Laver. It has a kick on it like a mule. There's those of you who poo-poo Australian table wines. Let me think of one more. How about let's look at Barrick Gold. Let's look at Barrick Gold. Wow. That is a 5-year chart. 5-year chart on Barrick Gold. Well, the obvious thing is, obvious thing is the decline here. It's broken out. Barrick Gold is broken out. This is this will be another breakout point here. $24. This is the high for 5 years, $28. Because I don't pay for this service, I can't put a 10-year chart on it, but that looks good. Barrick Gold looks good. All right, enough comedy jokes. I don't know how to take that off. Oh, here, I guess I take it off here. Remove. Cool. And I'm that one, I guess, now. Let me put the hat. My hair looks horrible. My hair looks horrible. All right, let me see what you all are saying. This over here. Put this here. This is the speaker that Ham talks through. All right, let's see what everyone is saying. Yeah, Vidman, you're not a shabby thinker. You've got to ask yourself, why are they doing it now? Why are they going after Puff Daddy now? It's a distraction. I mean, one of your implications is that it's the government doing it, but I think the risk in Puff Daddy's case is that it redounds on the Democrats more than it does on Republicans. So it might be a legitimate situation. But I don't think we've seen the end of it. I think there's going to be other celebrities nailed. I always find it somewhat interesting that these very powerful men who happen to be black get taken down. But in this case, he seems like a predator of the first class. But they didn't do it. They didn't take Jeffrey Epstein down for a long time. He seemed to be protected. And could it be something in the psyche of the United States? Could it be racial? I don't know. But what I read about this guy, Puffy or whatever, it's really horrible. It's really horrible. But then I wonder why do people go to those raves or whatever you guys call them, these parties? Nobody. Well, I guess that's one of the allegations is he kidnapped people and forced them. But you don't have to go in the front door. There was one guy I read about. He saw what was going on and he hightailed out of there. I don't know. But I like how you think, Vin Man. Nothing's heating up for GTII if you're talking about should you go out and buy some. But my understanding is that the receivership was approved. I think they have a lot of evidence of bad judgment at best, wrongdoing at worst, and they're going to go after money. I think there's a real effort to bring businesses into GTII and make that stock go up. Now, I don't know what happens to the CEO, this Andy Rhubarb or whatever his name is. He gets a big bonus, massive bonus, if he can get the stock to $2. I mean, it's tens of millions of dollars bonus, which I find unfair, but whatever. He's the genius. That if he's still there and that's his motive, I think it might bode well for getting the stock to $2. But we're not through yet. And what if they're going to object? What's the time frame? I'm not a lawyer, but I would imagine some sort of plan still needs to be approved by the judge. I think the receiver will go after the monies that were misappropriated or badly appropriated. He'll go very harshly against those. But until the stock is trading on a regular bid-ask, you take a huge risk buying that stock. But if you want to accumulate it, D. Quato, if you want to accumulate it inexpensively, you put orders in under the market. And one time to do that might be in November, December, as there's tax loss selling. If you're doing that for the longer term, you might have a nice trade. I'm not talking about a short squeeze. I'm talking about the stock going back to 50 cents, $1, $1.50, $2. If real business comes in and they're able to reduce the shares. But it's all speculation at this point. It's just people talking, and I don't know what business is going in. I don't know who it is. So it's very speculative. But if it could be a nice reward, if you could buy it at, I don't know, 2 cents and it went to $2, it's not a bad trade. But I'm not suggesting you do that right now because you can't see the bid and the ask. I bet the bid and the ask right now is 1 to 9 cents. And if they give it to you at 2 cents, it's probably then 0 to 2 cents or something. Yeah. Yeah, gold's probably the best. In the gold mining area, the best 2 or 3 stocks are gold, GOLD, Barrick, and then Newmont Mining, NEM, and then I always get I have a Biden brain. There's one called Nevada. Oh God, I can't find the name. It's called something Nevada. Here, let me see if I can Google that. Something Nevada gold. Novo Gold's another good one. Novo Gold. Franco, Nevada. Franco, Nevada is another good one. But Donna, gold is breaking out. I wish I could show you that. Maybe I can. Maybe I can show you a chart. Maybe I can do that. It's a post by a guy on Twitter. And maybe I can show it to you. It'll take, I can't show it probably right. Well, maybe I can. With this new computer, it might be quick. Anything gold, Donna. Anything gold. All right, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. No, that's not it. I don't know how to do it, Donna. Okay, I guess that's what I do. No, that's not what I want. Oh, I know what I want. I got to go over here, brand, go down here, add overlay. That's what it is, add overlay. And then I go into files. Don, I can't show it to you. I can't show it to you. Maybe their applications. No, I can't show it to you, Donna. But I'll try to figure out how to show it to you for the next time. Anything gold, anything precious metals. What the Fed did last week, not so much the 50 basis points, but the fact that they're telling you they're going to take it down another 50 by the end of the year and a full point next year. Something's going screwy, and what they're doing is printing. There's basically going to kill the dollar. I think inflation's going to come back in a big way next year, but in the meantime, we'll have a little chi-chi. What about NG? Let me look. Yeah, Nova Gold's great, but let me just look at the stock price. Yeah. Nova Gold is great. Annette, NG is great. The stock price, yeah, it looks great to me. I think it's going to go much higher. Let me see what a 5-year chart looks like. 5-year. Yeah, I like Nova Gold. NG is great. Any news about GoLogic? Not yet. I'd say there will be news. Remember, GoLogic did some sort of reverse merger thing into RCRT, but then that got a little more complicated. So I think what you're going to see is more of an effort. First, you've got Logic, CAUD, RCRT, GoLogic. I think you're going to first see, and it's the same guys. I mean, collective audience is new, but at various stages, it's just the same handful of people working on it. So that'll come after you see something in either Logic, RCRT, or both of those. But I think I don't have any specific information I can give you, but it's not going to be ignored. I just don't think it's on the front of the burger. You've got your stove, you got to get the pasta done, and the sauce can wait, kind of thing. Or the other way around. Maybe you're making your homemade sauce. You make your homemade sauce on the front burner, and the pasta can wait. Play the video. It's amazing. What video? What video? I don't know what video. And frankly, I don't know how to play a video. I'm going to sign up for a full-fledged service, and I'm going to try to learn how to do videos. Like Ace was doing on the one, and okay, Ham's calling in. Hello. All right. The speaker was ready, but it always fades away.
Battery 100%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Okay. No, hang on. Okay, now.
I'm kind of stiff as a board today. My knee's stiff. So, anyway, just letting you know, running around using a
What
water.
did the surgeon say after you came back to life? What were you talking about, finger? All you were yelling is finger and Lynn Partners and Philip Valier.
I did that before I went in.
Before you went in.
My friend, my son's buddy from college is Arnold Palmer's nephew. Arnold Palmer's
He makes a good tea.
He is. He's going to buy finger lotion. He asked me for a good stock, and I told him what I believe.
Yeah,
so
when a golfer buys a stock, I buy.
Anyway, so let's go through all the mumbo jumbo that happened yesterday. Remember, I was out, so I kind of missed most of it. But TELO, we've been talking about it. William, I put your video up there with the management, the gentleman that passed away also. I put it up there again. We were on this thing 4 months ago when it was 7, and they pushed it down. I had people buying it. They pushed it down to a 52-week of 3. The lowest I know someone bought it was like $4.50. I don't know anybody bought it down there. But friends of mine have bought a lot of stock, and they were thanking me. They sold some north of 8 yesterday, so that is not the home run squeeze, but these guys buy the dips and they sell the rips and they stay with their positions, whatever they have. So that was one stock that took off, went to a high of 840 yesterday. Remember, the big short in the stock, one guy bought the whole float, and these shorts created a whole new float. So I don't know how many, the guy who bought the whole float has not sold his share. So if you look at the trading volume, just go back and add and take 50% of it, just being, that'll tell you how big the short is. I don't have all the data on it. But it's just the name we were following because one guy bought the whole float. And we reported on it. And it actually did have a squeeze to $20 when we were talking about it. The second one was DJYL. Okay, it's the cousin of GDC. Yesterday we went, and I was told it scooted to four something, right? 408, up $1.43. Now I thought this thing was going to come to life after GDC. Remember, their company did a special dividend, a stock split, and they did a 20-for-1. They needed people to own more shares, otherwise they were going to get delisted. There wasn't enough shares in the float. So everyone who bought 1,000 shares all of a sudden has got 20,000 shares. And that's why you see the volume is picked up in this thing. For those who don't remember, $4, this stock is really 80, I think. Am I correct, William, if I did my math?
I don't trust my.
20 times 4 is 80 bucks. Down, it was a $300 stock. The people that owned it when it was 300, I'm sure have been buying more when it's here. So these guys are not going away. They bought the whole thing before. So I just don't know the timing on it. I thought it would go after GDC. That's when I was going to focus on it. GDC, people that I know, personally been in the name, have been buying it, and they've been buying it all the way down from 5.5 down. All right, so it's starting to turn a little bit. Let's see what happens. I don't know why they're holding it down, but it's like DJT. They're doing everything. I've never seen a stock under so much attack. Never have I seen that. I mean, it's just every day it's down, down, down. And I do believe that finger motion is somehow tied to some stupid basket with DJT or whatever, because we all seem to be doing the same thing at the same time. And it doesn't make any sense. They're all completely different stocks. And the selling in finger motion is much lighter, but the attack, the motive to push it down just continues. So again, DJT, I put up a story, insiders are not selling. The story has been on the street, the insiders are going to dump, and they short in front of it. And it just shows you everything I said to you when they did Facebook was $42 to 18. And that's when the street covered their shorts with the insiders selling, and then they wrote all these positive stories and took it to the vote. So again, that is something, it's the same pattern is what I see. Remember, they can only do so many tricks. They use the press just how to get people to bail out. They're going to sell the stock, get away, and they just keep dropping it and dropping it. And everyone starts to believe it's a negative. Or if you bought a stock on margin, you wind up getting a margin call. Most people just dump it then if you bought it on margin. Anyway, so that's, I touched on the DJT, GDC, ZJYL, TELO. I touched on all of them. And remember, I didn't see the trading on all those things, but they all seem to be popping. MLSS was 92 cents. My friend told me it was trading at $1.30 bid after markets. Something was going. I don't know. I missed it, but it closed at $1.06. So I don't know what happened. The stock was under pressure, and then it sort of popped up. I don't know. I'll see what happens Monday. But again, I ordered $1.06. All right. We follow different names, people. So we're trying to make money doing other things while we stick with our stock. And I went to buy some the other day. I told you in Finger Motion. I bought stock at 217.92. The stock never traded below 219 on Thursday. Thursday. Yesterday it did, but I got filled below the lowest reported trade, which is 219. Again, when I make money, I can add to it. When I don't make money, I sit like here. That's all I'm doing. So if I could trade in something else, we start buying there. Friends of mine sold some TELO, and they're actually going to turn around and start buying Finger Motion. They own ZJYL. I don't think they're going to sell it down here. I think they're going to wait for a nice run, then they'll dump that. These people play on the names, and then they support the one stock that we want to work on, and that's how they keep coming back. I told you I got one guy who buys 5,000 every day. It's 25 a week, it's 100 a month. This is how hedge funds, people accumulate positions. They just don't run out there and just go crazy. They buy 5,000 at 240, they buy 5,000 at 230, 5,000 a quarter, 5,000 210, and that's how they do it. They keep getting an average price, which is best for them, not for you, but they're accumulating everything until it pops. The company's issuing a special dividend. I do not have an update on it. I'm just going by with an attorney that does this stuff with me. he says that he expects it shortly, and that's all we can say. I don't know anything about it. The company wouldn't even know. How's that one? Because it's all depending on the SEC. So the company wouldn't even know. So if William ever gets the CEO on, I doubt he can say anything. He just says, "Hey, we filed and we gave the paper to them, and now we have to wait for approval," which they did. 99% of the work already. So it's out of all our hands. Again, if the SEC was going to squash it, they would have told us they would have squashed it a while ago. Right? The selling in figure motion is just relentless of small orders all day long. Most people buy stock 2,000, 3,000. All of a sudden, you see all these little bits, all the little sell orders, 80, 100, 200. And it's always at the lower point. It's never on the upside. It's always down. Sell, 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 sell. So there's your answer of what they're doing. Okay, small orders come in. They just keep machine gunning them until the bids are filled. That's how they do it. You may say, well, it doesn't trade enough. You see it. You'll see 200 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, and 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, then whatever those numbers are. And if you add it up, it always adds up to a couple of thousand shares. And they just sell into it and just continue. But everything they're selling is going to turn, all right? As my older brother says, even a shitty stock has a good day. And this is a good company. You get a good company, excuse me. But this is a good company, and I expect it to turn. And if they want to keep selling to us, hold on. Decline it. They're going to keep selling to us. We just get it cheaper. Look at T-Lo. It was down to $4. Now it went to $8.40. All right. They don't have anything yet. They have everything is in trial, right, Williams, and with the FDA. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So they don't even have a product. They have the product.
Well, they should have the results from the dogs by now.
Right. So there's something coming out probably with the dogs, and then they're going to go on to humans. Who wouldn't want to extend a life of a dog? I have a 14-year-old dog. Who wouldn't want? William has a dog, an older dog. We all want to do that.
Poor guy.
And that's why we follow. That's why we follow these names. Listen, there's a lot of great stories out here, and you can see a lot of them are under attack over nothing. And people ask me on Twitter, GameStop again. I have no idea what they're doing. It just seems like the same crowd keeps pushing, and every day someone's buying a million shares, and pushing the call options. To me, it's played out already. The companies, I don't know what they're doing. They did a filing. They're looking for some merger. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't follow it. I don't care. I told you, buy the dips, sell the rips. You can buy it and sell the rips until the investors give up on it. So every time you see it get smashed down, you buy it. The longs come back with a new story and try to push it back up again. So you can do that all day long. Buy the dip, sell the rips. If you want to stay, you can buy the dip, sell half of your stock, and you got half for a ride. Or you can buy the dip, sell it all, and take some of the profit. Let's say you make $1,000, buy $500 worth of cheap calls and the 25s and 27s, and don't look at it. And that's the way to play. It's the only way to play. The company is a company now. It has $4 million in the bank, and it wants to raise another 20 million shares at $20 is another $400 million. Who's selling? People are selling the stock or selling it, and they're going to buy it back from the company at 20. That's how they keep doing it. And I don't blame the guy. Keep raising the money. Why not? Everybody made money in GameStop, and if you missed the trade and you're in it now, and it doesn't squeeze, then shame on you, and you wait for it to become a good company. That's the way you got to look at it. I want a good company, and we go from there. Someone's asking me for my college football bets. I don't think so. But so I just wanted to touch base on all these crazy things. I was watching the Nebraska-Illinois football game last night, and every commercial on, I think it's Peacock or Amazon, the hell game was on last night, but every commercial was Pacific Life Free. But people don't understand that. You see the big whale that jumps out? The guy's a big whale. They've always been doing it for a long time. Pacific Life Free. And I kept looking at it saying, okay, this is the company that's sponsoring ads on a big football game, spending money. These are real big companies. But Figure Motion gets no credit, zero credit for having dealings with Pacific Life, Munich Re, AIZ, and all the crazy Chinese companies. You know, they have all these dealings, even the Chinese government, and it gets no respect because these guys are trapped. I keep posting it. The only reason they're pushing it down is to get people to sell. They want people to sell, so that's why the attacks continue. And I posted last night when I caught a wash trade of 20,000 on the close. 20,000 something, I forgot what it was. But they definitely they had a cross last night. I mean, it's just ridiculous. These guys can do it. Every time they put a trade up, basically it's getting charged more a transaction fee or a transaction tax, something. But they won't. They refuse to do it because that'll eliminate those high-speed trading. That's why they don't put it up. So we don't get that. Any other questions?
Are you in your hospital bed now?
No, I'm home. We held at 4 o'clock yesterday.
Oh, you're at home.
I'm a little groggy from not sleeping all night, but that's all right.
Do you know HMY? HMY? Anyway, that's the stuff someone asked you about. And then they're asking what happened to, you already talked about the stock yesterday. The one stock rallied very strongly at the end of the day.
ZJYL?
You said it.
Yeah, the companies did a 20-for-1 forward split. So the people that own all the stock own 20 times more. The game isn't over in that name. I just didn't know what day it was going to go. I thought GBC, since it started running, would finish first, and I think they would jump into that one. So if one jumps before the other, either one. But right now, at $4.
So the forward split, there's more shares out than there were before. That means there's a bigger short position than there was.
That's correct.
In terms of number of shares.
It's 20 times bigger.
Right. I mean, it's same ratio, but it's 20 times bigger.
So
and it has to be delivered.
Shares. Imagine owning 20,000 shares of a $300 stock, right?
Yeah.
That's when they talked about this. Then they forward split it. So now you got 20,000 times 20, 20 times. So your position just explodes, and that's why you see more volume in it. And people own 1,000 shares now own 20,000 shares. 2,000, you own 40,000 shares, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But the big players that bought the stock up to $300, they're not going away. So again, just pay attention to it. So I can tell you, I don't know it, but I would definitely be involved. I would have been involved already buying it on the dip. I probably have it like a $3 average, not the high, not the low, as it's coming in. I would never chase a stock that was $300. So when they did the forward split, that's when I would step in. And these guys kept attacking it, trying to get people to bail out, but I think that the big players have been adding, as you could see. Or maybe that was a short. I didn't see it because I was in the hospital, but maybe that was a short trying to cover. Remember, some of these stocks have multiple shorts. They don't have one, they have multiple shorts in it. Trade Motion only has one. We have Lynn Partners, his mother, or a friend, and his mother, who's the real short. That's it. So these guys, ours is a little different. When you have multiple shorts, a lot of times multiple shorts, they all panic at different times. We only have those two idiots. And I keep telling you that the real short, the only way he's covering it, if he does cover, is that naked short is selling to him. There is no volume. Most of the volume all day is all make believe. And people don't have to buy the stock every day. Like yesterday we traded, I think, 100 some thousand shares, 116. And we had like 38,000, I think was the naked short reported number. So they blasted those bids. And then they crossed a bunch of them. So, that's how it happens on some days. But if they didn't naked short and didn't wash trades, this stock would be normally trading 30 to 40,000 shares a day. They're not doing anything that happens intraday. It's not like the Bitcoin stocks like Wolf and Mara and Riot, where Bitcoin goes up and down and it reflects their business. This company's not doing anything that make it go up and down all day long, like we see. There's no negative news, so these guys are trying to create negative news. And I get it. Some people bail out. That's just the way it goes. This happened to me in other names over the years. You know, you give up because it didn't work. But again, I think we're real close. We're down to 34 trading days on Monday to the election, and you can see I keep putting videos up on Pat Byrne. Please go to his site, Deep Capture. You can see. Go hit the data up. You can read all the stories. It's all there. This guy was the most hated guy on Wall Street because to make a short sell. And the only reason he was number one is because he had a bigger platform. I didn't have any platform. I was out there, but I wasn't. He had, his father, he grew up with Warren Buffett, I grew up with modern Adams and Buffett fans, a little different. So, so that's that. Any other questions, right?
You mentioned
dividend figure, we don't know. Hopefully the CEO can come on board with William and give us an update. We're waiting on that, but he has fair disclosure. He has something to release, and that's what he told William, and we have to wait for that to come out. Is it another big deal? I've been hearing about AI. I don't know exactly how they can use AI and how they profit from it, but if you just Google AI, it's going to be massive. Imagine being AI in China from the Chinese government. I mean, I'm just, how big is AI? They got trends. The market for artificial intelligence grew beyond 184 billion US dollars in 2024. Wait, expected to continue with the market racing past 826 billion US dollars by 2030. Generative AI to become a 1.3 in market cap by 2032. How's that one? So imagine Finger Motion gets its toes in here with the blessing of the Chinese government. Let's see if that's true. Again, I don't know much about AI and how you use it and how you make money from it, but if everyone else can, why not the Chinese, right? So let's see if they come out with something like that. That's the rumblings from Asia. Again, I don't have proof. I have nothing to say about it. All I know is that AI is massive. This company has a tendency to do what they say they're going to do. The CEO was on a call with William. He said he had a deal, and he had to wait. He couldn't announce it yet. Remember last time he said that, William?
Mm-hmm.
And the deal came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to wait. Remember, deals have to be papered, have to have lawyers, this. And short sellers just going to sell one. That's all they do. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, you mentioned
the time to. I'm trying to give you your time so you can understand it. You need to pay attention on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before you go to work on Monday. You can go buy anything you like, but you got to be prepared. That's the most important thing. If you're prepared, that's how you do it. You don't want to jump into the game and not be ready for anything.
You talked about a bunch of stocks. What's your timing on each of them?
Again, they don't tell you. All I can do is watch the tape. Like Kilo, I've been saying it's going to go past 7 for 2 months. And then there it goes to spike 8.5. The news came out, they were on ABC News, there it was. The dogs are dying and they turn around and get healthy. I mean, that's, that was ABC News. But of course, the shorts knew better. They know that it's not going to work. Right? There's a classic example of it working. The stock's going, we all know it's working, but they're trying to punish it. Think about that. There's your answer right there. Right? It's a public company. They were very adamant about what they were doing. They told you. And they killed the stock straight down. It was down over 50%. One person put the whole float on the IPO. So these guys sold stock and created a whole new float, artificial float. Everyone on the phone call knew what was going on then. And the reason I bring it up to you is not that easy to go buy it. I can care less. I just want to show you, there's a company that can extend life and they started it down and one guy bought the whole IPO. Think about that. So I don't know how many shares he bought, I forgot, maybe let's say 1, 2, 3 million shares. With the naked shorts, it's probably 5, 6 million naked shorted now. With 3 million float owned by one guy. How are they gotta uncover all these shares? And they're all starting to pop. Something's going on. They're all starting to get, for CJYL to pop. I told you MLSS popped on the close. I didn't even see it. My friend said it went to 130 bid in the aftermarket. I mean, so there's strange things going on. I talked about that, I forget the name of the symbol of that company. Hold on, maybe I can look at it. This is pretty wild. I know people who started buying it the other day down here. JBDI. It's squeezed to 40. And it's straight down to $1.54. And I think the float is 3 million shares. And it's been trading millions and millions of shares every day. So keep an eye on it. JDBI, I don't know nothing about it. But I know people buying it like $2.25, $2.50. Thinking that it's gonna have another life. Probably will, but I don't know when. But this is all a gift from the SEC. The SEC has created these monsters. This is abnormal trading. This shouldn't be traded. This is like a casino. And that's why I keep trying to tell you in finger motion, they can't push it down. The fundamentals are way too strong. And it's just a matter of when the fundamentals and the profitability will come out. Now, we don't think the profitability is going to be in January in that report. These installations I heard take 90 days to start and to finish and to get paid. It's a 90-day cycle. So I guess we'll start seeing in the first report. I don't know if they did it, but definitely in the next report, that'll make the company go to the black. So where are they going? Where are they going? And we got 34 days before Pat Burns steps in. Fire against the day one, then we get Pat Burns in here to knock out stock settlement. That's it. And we're on our way to exposing the crooks. I don't know if Donald Trump hasn't slaughtered these guys at DJT yet. He seems like he's warming up to it, speaking about it, but I don't understand it. They're trying to murder the poor guy, and they're killing his stock, killing this, and it's like ridiculous. Any other names? Anybody?
Well, MLSS got 450,000 buys in the late afternoon.
Yeah, it doesn't trade like that. It's curious. I don't know what happened. That's what the guy said. They're getting some deal done with the government on the epidural stuff.
So could it move soon is the question.
I wanted to move soon. I told you I owned it $1.
Okay.
Wait, I just went to YouTube. Are you wearing a hat? Is that you?
Yeah, I'm wearing a hat because my hair looks horrible.
That's
I didn't have a chance to take a shower because you said, let's
That's
go.
the benefit of not having hair, William.
Let's go, you said. I said, can I get a break? You had your knee replaced. Don't I get a day off? And you said, no, let's go.
No, you got to keep going. Listen, I was trained 7 days a week. If you're going to trade, follow stocks, you got to be awake, be on top of them. For example, let's say I bought 10,000 MLSS, and it really did trade to $1.30 in the aftermarket. I don't know. Imagine if I wanted to, I could have sold it $1.30, made 29 cents. I would have made 2,900 on 10,000. That's trading. If I wanted to take that, but because I wasn't around, my GTC, I had nothing in. It's not that I'm looking for 30 cents, but that's how you can make money with these things. You can sell it, and then it comes back down, and they close it at $1.06, or they offered it at $1.04 at 4 o'clock. So imagine selling it at 131. You can come back and buy it back. I mean, that's the beauty of trading. And this is all, of course, manipulation. This is not normal trading.
I see. There aren't really any
Well, everybody, let's ask
breakout
questions.
questions here.
I mean, keep an eye on Tilo. We talked about it.
Travis says Tilo is in play next week, so Tilo will be hitting a new high.
Again, I have friends
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
I'll advise them to sell it and then turn around and they're going to buy trigger motion. See, the name of the game is, as a broker, let's say I was a broker, is to make my clients money, right? And then I could push them into the stock that I really want them to own, that I understand the whole thing. GDC, I know the symbol. MLSS, something about the Epidural. That's the extent that I got. I don't know who the CEO, I have no idea who anybody is. ZJYL, I know it's a Chinese name. They did a forward split 20 to 1, and that makes it sure it's worse. Costco is going to do a forward split. They're going to do one any day. The stock is, where's Costco? $900 or something. It's 906. My friends were telling me to buy it the other day, $895. Not many people can afford to buy a $900 stock, but they're gonna do a forward split. I told you that a long time ago. All these stocks with these high prices, like Nvidia, they're all gonna start splitting them soon. And what it does is takes the volatility out of the stock. You know, things like that. I can see UNH doing it. It's another $500, $600 stock.
Nvidia.
Yeah, these stocks, they're all too high. They used to do these splits all the time, but now they stopped doing it. Now they're getting back to it. When they split it, volatility comes out.
Do you follow JBDH? JBDH?
JD?
John Boy David Igloo.
No, I do not.
Okay. I guess it ran.
Wow.
And then it
$30.
collapsed.
It ran to $30 too? $39?
Yeah.
I just spoke about that. That's the stupid stock I was just talking about.
Oh, well, that's what he brought up. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did. I found out about it. I knew about it when it squeezed. And I watched the attack down. It was just brutal. So if you sold into the run, which I hope everyone did who played it, you know, and you can buy the dip back, you can buy it $1. If you made $5 on 1,000 shares, you can go out there and buy 1,000 shares to get it for free. You still put $3.5 in your pocket.
Ramon, a quiet period is when the company, in brokerage firms, they don't do it, but they're meant to be what they call a Chinese wall between investment banking and retail, research and retail. And now they don't do it. It's all confused. But anyway, the point is, when there's a deal in play, there's a lot of information going on. Whether the deal gets done or doesn't get done, it's in flux. That's the quiet period. Once the deal's finished, done, and the lawyers have signed off on it, you probably still have you could have a week or two before it's announced. But in the United States, CEOs and the good guys have to announce information to everybody at the same time. It's Regulation FD, full disclosure, fair disclosure. What happens with the criminals, they just can manipulate, collude, put out crappy bearer reports, sell, and no one cares. But that's what a quiet period is. And how long it lasts, it just depends on when the deal gets finished. And I don't think lawyers will let a CEO go more than maybe a couple of weeks, because it's a dance. The CEO can't promote his stock or her stock, but she also can't wait too long to put news out. If it's material, she has to put it out to the world. So I'd say
that's exactly how it works.
I would.
So Finger Motion CEO told you he couldn't speak because he has a material event and he can't do it yet. So that's when he does it, he'll give William a call. We'll get the fair disclosure on it. There you go.
It just, in terms of the event happening, it depends on what the event is. If it's a takeover, that could be 6 months. If it's
we don't want to take over.
No, I know. Take under. There was a lot of money put into Finger at the close that it jumped up. Is there anything that happened at the close in
Finger,
Finger?
I didn't see it. I was in the hospital yesterday. I don't know. I didn't see anything. Listen, I have people that are accumulating it. I can't. You're not here to jam it up. Accumulation is how they play. I'm trying to teach you that. People go, why don't you make your friends pay $250, $260? I said, because these guys have no choice trying to hold it down, so they come to you. That's what I keep trying to tell you. If you want to buy 1,000 shares, you buy 200, 200, 200. You can make 5 buys at 200. And let's say you started at 240 and you keep coming down, you get your average down to 220. I know it's not a lot, but that's how big players do it. Do it to the big players. One guy that told you buy 5,000 a day. He's a money manager. He said, oh, it's nothing. 5,000 a week, 2,500 a week. I mean, 25,000 a week, right?
So why is the SEC colluding with the shorts to delay the warrant approval? I mean, there must be nefarious reasons.
They would have done it already. I don't believe they're doing that.
I'll tell you what it is, Ramon. No one wants to listen. It's so obvious. Finger Motion changed its auditor. The SEC is going to say we can't approve this until we see the new audit. That's my opinion. It's as plain as the large nose on my face. But we can make it more sinister than that. But I think that's what it is. So
I don't know. Listen, I heard they changed the auditor because they have a new client that demanded a bigger auditing firm. So my clients dictate that stuff. Maybe it was the government of China saying, hey, you need to get this auditor in here. You know, we want to make sure we're giving you a big business. We want to make sure that we got the right people here. That's what I heard. I don't know what the deal is. Hopefully it's this AI stuff that's been going around. And, you know, they get that. You know, I know it's a buzzword, but I don't want to sit here and talk about it. I really don't even understand it, but let's hope stuff like that happens. But every time we put out news, the SEC that's going to sell it down every time.
yeah, that's a good point. News isn't really going to move the stock, but
the company got listed on the NASDAQ, rang the bell, the stock was 4. Since that time, they did the deal with the automobile thing, right? The top up of the electric charges, right? And the next deal was they got the emergency vehicle response thing of all the China. And the stock lost 50% of its value. How's that possible? What are you supposed to do? No business? You gotta do something, right?
You on all these stocks, where would you put your GTC orders?
Listen, it depends on where you own it at. You know, some people own Finger at $5 or $6. You know, you can't really do anything down. You gotta, either you average down or you just bite the bullet when it gets up to 5. You start selling it as it goes north of 5. Get your money off the table. Let's say you sell 500 shares. You bought 1,000, it's 5. When it gets to 10, you sell half of your shares. This way, you got your money for free, and then you can let the rest go. Listen, once you're playing for free, there's no better trade in the world that you don't have to worry about it. That is the ultimate in trading. The higher it goes, like you have to sell to get your money back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you may not even get a chance. If the thing could just take off, you may not even get a chance to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And William, I'm walking around with my yellow hospital socks on, so there's no slip on the floor. You're using a walker.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. My family's cursing me out to say I'm creating a traffic jam in the house with the walker because I walk around and I'm just as wide as the hallways.
Who cleans up your drools?
On that day, I do have the handicapped toilet seat, so
Oh,
I'm sure everybody wants to hear about that.
I don't.
I have a lot of apparatuses for the surgery.
I don't.
But it's remarkable. I had it yesterday. I took off the ace bandage and I got this tape over the leg, and they told me I could take a shower today, so I just wrap it up with some, plastic or something, and I could take a shower. And when I sit down, it hurts. When I walk around,
Don't sit down.
I can't walk around till 4 o'clock in the morning last night. I never
Why
quit
you
on
just-
it. My wife said she went to bed at 10 and she told me not to move all night.
That's the nightmare, because normally what keeps your marriage alive is you go play racquetball for 6 hours a day. Now she's got to deal with you.
I'm always here.
You're always here. So
Well, I want to thank everybody for getting me through the day. I can only watch so much college football, and I like to be ready for work on Monday. So I'd like to recap all the names. We got 34 days to go. I talked about in finger motion, in DJT. These are the greatest business plans in creation. GameStop got $4 billion from a short squeeze, doing nothing else. A short squeeze. Think about that. Think about what finger motion can do with a nice short squeeze. They can always raise a ton of money at the top and do more business. All these companies, Kilo, needs the same thing. Let it go, raise some more money, hire more people, more scientists to get their product out there, right? To get it approved by the FDA. But they hold it down. It's just criminal itself. Look at Donald Trump. The insiders are selling the stock. They registered their shares. They knocked the stock down from $49 to $14 on that news. And trying to murder him twice. How crazy is that? And the SEC allows this. That's why day one, Trump said he's going to kick him out. But what do you want? I told you when we get to around 25 days, I'm going to get Pat Byrne on here and let him just tell us what he's going to do.
yeah.
There's not much more I can do than wait out the days. The company's doing their thing. We wait out the days. We got 34 days to go. I know you guys want to hurry it up, right? But there's nothing I can do. I can expose them, which is what I'm trying to do. Jeff Easton is tied to Hal Mintz. Hal Mintz was busted in a naked short selling scheme. He's the guy that bought the $10 million condo on Fisher Island, naked shorting. Let me tell you something. I wish I lived on Fisher Island. Everybody here wishes they did. One of the most exclusive places in the country. It's its own island, right next to Miami. You got to go on with a ferry. If you don't live there, you can't get on. And Hal Mintz is there, that bastard. Now, for him to buy a $10 million condo, he sold 50 more. He sold another 50 because it's expensive to live there. So if he made 50, what did Jeff Easton make? Because they were partners in a bunch of deals. I'm sure Jeff Easton made as much as he made, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're both running at the same time, they both make nothing. So they basically work together. But again, people in KNW, GMGI, go read the information on the toxic debt spiral notes of an unregistered lender. People go, why do you sue them? I'm not here for that. I want to play out the guilt. I want them to buy back the shares that have been sold. That's it. So our focus is getting the SEC to move on it, or the company do some corporate actions to twist their balls, and that's what we're doing. Anything else?
No.
I don't want to stay on all day, so I'm going to go take pain medicine. I'm taking Percocets for anybody who knows anything about that.
I don't know.
And I'm coming to you high on Percocet right now.
Well, you sound good, so.
My eyes are a little blurry, but I'm all right. But we'll see you on Monday. If something comes out over the weekend, I'll be glad to light it back up and tell everybody.
All right.
And that's all I know. All right?
Okay, thank you. Everybody's saying
You're
get well
welcome.
and all that.
Bye-bye.
All right, good.
Call ended.
Let me try. I forgot who that was. But Harmony, oh, there it is, Harmony. Michelle, Harmony's a good company. I'll try to read something off to you in a second. I didn't know the symbol, though. I will admit. I didn't know the symbol. Let's see if this comes up. This, Michelle, Barbara, this is a great fund. It's been around a long time. I used to put investors in it. Let's see if they list. Oh, that's the Tocqueville fund. I want the gold fund. This is a good fund too, but I want the gold fund. This one. Let's see if this is it. Gold equity. 11 billion. God, I remember when this was just a small fund. All right, look, Barbara, I don't know if you're watching me, but John Hathaway's great right here. John Hathaway. This guy's good too, Doug Groh. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. The Tocqueville Gold Equity Strategy, gold and other precious metals. Anyway, I think Tocqueville Gold is an excellent group. But anyway, look down here, the top 10 holdings. This is one of the reasons I like Tocqueville. They own physical gold. They own 10% physical gold. I like that. But then look, they own Detour. That's their biggest holding is Detour, which I know the name, but I can't tell you anything about it. That's their largest holding. Then Eagle Mines, Franco, Nevada, right there. Randgold. I think that says Torex. Alamis Gold, I like that company very much. Pan American Silver, great company. Ocean Gold and Newmont Mining. So Barbara, right there, you just imitate that portfolio right there, and I think you do just fine. I think you do just fine. Let me see if they describe it anywhere else here. Okay, and then let's see. All right, let's just look at the performance history. Up $40. Doesn't give the history. I don't know how it's done. Let me see if I can find this for Michelle. This is gold reserves. Okay. Gold reserves. By company. Okay, top 10 gold mining companies. All right, let's just see what this is. Top gold mining companies. Newmont Mining. They have it's not here. Oh, here, that's production. Let me just tell you, they have 136 million ounces of gold reserves. The next one is Barrick Gold, but Barrick Gold comes in at number 3 on my list, it's 77 million ounces of gold. And then there's Agnico Eagle Mines. This is obviously listed by production. So the top two by production are Newmont and Barrick Gold. Let me just show you, we'll come back here. Let me just show you something. For those of you who invested in this Nevada, small Nevada gold company, Gold Strike, Nevada, Gold Strike Mine, there it is. Okay, the Gold Strike Mine, Wikipedia. Well, let's look at, this is Royal Gold Inc. So it's a third party. Let's see what they say about Gold Strike. Do you see this map of Nevada right up where Trump's going to get votes, not down where Harris is going to win and take the whole state, but up here, Gold Strike, Nevada. Let's see what Royal Gold says about Gold Strike, Nevada. Gold Strike is an open pit and underground operation owned by Nevada Gold Mines, LLC, a joint venture between Barrick Gold and Newmont Corporation. Gold Strike is located within the northern Carlin Trend in Eureka and Elko counties. The Carlin Trend is an alignment of gold mines located in the northwest-southeast belt, 8 kilometers by 65 kilometers long. Look at this. Accounts for more gold production than any other mining district in the United States. So now let me just show you about the Carlin Trend. All right, let's talk. Let's go to the Rock and Gem magazine. That's got to be a popular publication. Steve Wojniak writes, Nevada's Carlin Trend. Here it is, the open mine. So anyway, this is in Rock and Gem. I have to admit, I've never heard of this particular magazine. This is written in 2020. Anyway, events of the past few decades have rewritten the history of American gold mining. California, billed as the Golden State, no longer leads all states in cumulative gold production. Taking its place is Nevada. Since 1983, Nevada has hosted America's greatest gold mining boom ever. So since the 80s, so that's the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, it's basically 40 years. Nevada has hosted America's greatest gold mining boom ever. During those 35 years, all right, 35, the state has produced, look at that, Nevada has produced 200 million troy ounces, 200 million troy ounces of gold. To put these figures in perspective, recall that in 1852, the California gold rush peak, miners recovered 2.5 million troy ounces. This year, Nevada will produce more than 5 million troy ounces of gold, as it has done for 28 years in a row. Look at this, Nevada accounts for 80% of the United States' current annual gold output. Nevada has produced nearly half of all the gold ever mined in the United States. I bet you didn't know that. Nevada has produced nearly half of all the gold ever mined in the United States. If Nevada were a country, it would now rank 4th in annual gold production. Most of Nevada's gold has come, and still is coming, from a 5-mile wide, 40-mile long strip of land called the Carlin Trend. This is the world's 3rd richest gold mining district ever. So Nevada's gold mining adventure began in 1849 with a series of minor placer gold strikes, which went unnoticed in the shadow of the California gold rush. But in 1859, small-scale placer gold mining led to the discovery of the Comstock lode, when sluice boxes became clogged with heavy black sands, which were identified as oxidized silver minerals. As the nation's first major source of silver, the Comstock lode gave Nevada its statehood and its Silver State nickname. By the time the best ores were gone in 1875, Nevada had yielded 20 million troy ounces of silver and 700,000 troy ounces of gold. At that point, Nevada's mining industry fell flat until 1900, when rich gold strikes revived it at Goldfield and Tonopah. By the way, if any of you are in the little gold investment, that's where it is, Tonopah. So they found rich gold strikes, revived it at Goldfield and Tonopah. That's where it is. By 1980, Nevada had turned out 20 million troy ounces of gold. Good, but not great. So anyway, let's go to this Carlin Trend. Nevada's entry into the big leagues of gold mining began in the 1960s near the little town of Carlin, which is very close to this other company. 2 geologists had left their motel The old-timers knew it was futile. John Livermore and J. Allen Coop. So here's the thing I want to point out. They were looking for a specific type of gold. Invisible micron-sized particles. Nano gold. So they had an unproven theory that concentrations of microscopic gold could occur in sedimentary formations. They collected thousands of samples. They staked 17 claims. They bulldozed 3 trenches, but it was very low grade when measured by traditional mining standards. The next step, they did core drilling, and that's already happened at this other, sonic core drilling, I think it's called, but it's already happened at the other investment. And they found, here's what they found. They revealed a very low grade but massive ore body. They estimated the size of the ore body at 11 million tons. The one you're in, 174 million tons so far. It could be a billion tons. and the average grade of 0.3 troy ounces of gold per ton. That's pretty good. The microscopic gold particles, which were included or dissolved in pyrite, were disseminated throughout a massive 80-foot thick shallow formation. So the deposit contained 3 million troy ounces of gold, or nearly 100 tons. $100 million worth. But this was just merely the tip of golden iceberg, the Carlin trend. So I'm skipping all of this. It's talking about how it was all low grade, and I'm just, they couldn't get it out commercially. So here's the point. In 1961 discovery, they figured out the origin of the Carlin Trends gold. Some 50 million years ago, tectonic stresses and faulting and folding had contorted the geology of Nevada's basin and range country. Silica, gold. Okay. Devonian sediments. All right, here's what I wanted to get to you. The timing of the gold discovery was propitious, but technologically and economically, they could not efficiently recover gold from solution. Do you see that? They could not efficiently recover gold from solution. This is the Carlin trend. But research from the United States Bureaus of Mines developed a carbon in pulp process, blah, blah, blah. With this process, CIP, cyanization finally achieved full potential of extracting gold from very low grade ores. Okay, here we go. I'm skipping, but I don't know if that's helping. The Carlin Gold Mining Company, a subsidiary of the Newmont Gold Corporation, didn't wait for free market gold. In 1963, it opened up the Carlin mine, the world's first open pit primary gold mine. It mined vast tons of low-grade ore, which were crushed, ground, and treated by cyanide. The CIP process recovered the gold, which was melted in electric furnaces, and poured into bars. The metal actually poured was a doré, a mix of roughly 90% gold and 10% silver. So the technological know-how was applied elsewhere, and within a year, Nevada's gold productions topped 5 million troy ounces by 1990. But the boom was just getting started. In 2002, the Carlin trend produced its 50th millionth troy ounce of gold. Here it is. Nevada's best ore grades are now 0.2 troy ounces of gold per ton. Some profitably exploit grading at 0.06. Carlin type ores, which consist of disseminated gold in sedimentary rock, are classified as oxide sulfide or carbonaceous. Low-grade oxide ores are dumped into huge pads for large-scale cyanidization. All right, I'm bored with that article. I am bored with that article. All right, so let's go back to talking about the biggest gold companies in the world. This is by production. Newmont, Barrick Gold, Agnico Eagle Mines, Polyus, which I have as the second largest in reserves. It's from Russia. Navoy, Anglo Gold Ashanti, Goldfields, Kinross Gold, Freeport McMoran, Solid Core Resources. Okay, let's just look quickly at Newmont Mining's history. It was founded in 1921, and it got into oil, and then gold, zinc, lead, gold, and here's what I want to show you. Oh gosh, Garshaveka. 1961, Newmont returned its focus to gold with the discovery of Nevada's prolific Carlin Trend, beginning production on the world's first open pit submicroscopic gold, which revolutionizes the gold industry. They began mining it in 1965. All right. I don't know what I'm trying to tell you, really. Let me show you something. These are the top 10 gold mining companies. I want to show you the reserves of gold by country, if it'll show up. Yeah, here it is. Okay. This isn't in order of gold. Let's see. Gold reserves. You can see the reserves here. There we go. Western Germany has 3.3 million tons. Italy, France, Netherlands, Portugal, UK, Spain. The United States has 8,000 tons. I don't think it's 8 million. I didn't mean to say that before. Russia has 2.3 thousand tons. China has 2.6. And this is reserves with foreign exchange and gold reserves. China's number one, then Japan, then India, Russia, Singapore, Brazil, United States. And the big way we get there is with our gold tons. All right, here's the gold reserves. Yeah, China's number one. United States is number one with 8,000 tons. Germany, 3,000. Italy, 2,500. France, 2,500. Russia, 2.3. China, 2.3. Switzerland. And this is why I think prices are still suppressed, because I think China wants to come up here with the United States. I think Russia wants to be up here, but I think particularly China would like to be bigger than Germany and closer to the United States before things get changed. That's just my opinion. But look down here, Saudi Arabia. Look at the UK, 310. If you take 310 tons, so if you take 310, okay, this doesn't help me. I'm trying to figure out how many ounces. Okay, ounces per ton. I think it's 32. 32. Oh God. Okay, don't allow. Stay sign up. Yeah, 32,000. So 310 tons times 32,000. That's 9,900,000 ounces of gold. The little oil project you invested in might have, let's go up here. Let's see how much gold China has. 2,264. Yeah. let's go to check out Germany's. 3,352 times 32. There you go. 107 million ounces is what Germany has. And that project you all invested in very likely has 105 million ounces. Let's just see what the United States has. 8,133 times 260 million. That'd be a trip. Anyway, that's if the pilot plant proves up the process. So I'm gonna go back to here, stop boring you talking about gold, and see if you asked me anything. Look, the problem is, Terry, getting rid of Gary Gensler isn't going to change. They'll just, if Kamala Harris is president, which I think is most likely, I would imagine that who would they put in the SEC? It would have to be a woman. There's Virginia Countryman. But maybe they go outside and they pick maybe Ann Wagner. That's who I would think, and I don't think it would change anything. You should see how much gold reserves Iraq has. Hey, wow. That's JetBlue. London in the UK. Are you all right? Are you all right? Do you want some water? Water? Don't you mean water? Water? That's fun, flying bus driver. I wish I were there. We'd go to Nam Long Shaker or somewhere fun. Yeah, I like your idea. Well, happy Mother's Day to him. I'm all torn up about that guy's rights. Well, we talked about that. Everybody gets impatient. I don't know what it is. It's our whole world is sped up because we can type things in. Logic was part of a sponsored SPAC by Aubrey Advisors and Shadron Financial Advisors. They were either the most incompetent group of people or they intentionally led the companies and management and shareholders down a primrose path so their client, Polar, could short the stock and make 100 million, 150 million in the open market. Logic got caught up in that downdraft. Logic for 2 years now has been talking about they are going first before the de-SPAC, then afterward, that they were going to use Logic as a shell that they were going to reverse merger assets into. The first one was around 400 million. I'm doing it by memory. That was announced. They let that one expire. One can presume that they had one that was bigger. I'd say around 750, 800. But that didn't go through when Aubrey Advisors and Shadron failed miserably, either intentionally or because they're a bunch of incompetent doofuses. But Polar shorted Collective Audience, but the two financial groups raised $5 million and paid the financial advisors and the lawyers. They left Logic with no money. And they also left Collective Audience with no money. So you tell me if it was on purpose or not. So anyway, it's been a year almost. I guess it was November. So it's almost a year. It's been 10 months. So Logic was flat on its back. They had no money. The Collective Audience deal fell apart. I think it's going to be fine. I really like that CEO. But the Logic needed to clean itself up. It had no money. And when I say clean itself up, it was clean. It just, because it came around to the first quarter, because it came around through the end of last year, they had to catch up on their filings and make financial reports, because that is why companies would reverse merge into it, is because it was clean. It had clean filings and all that. So they raised some money, obviously. They got that done. And then I think they must have raised some more money because now, instead of having a low number of shares, because of Aubrey Advisors and Shadron, I think they did it on purpose, they basically have 300 million shares outstanding. Now, it's the same business process since. but they had to get the last year's numbers done. That took until the first quarter. Then they had to do the first quarter. That took until the second quarter. And then unfortunately, it seems like they didn't get that filed until summertime. So everything got delayed, and everyone's, what's going on with Logic? What's going on with Logic? Why isn't anything happening with Logic? Why isn't anything announced? Why doesn't anything ever happen with Logic? Why doesn't anything ever happen? Why is Logic not moving? What is the Logic? What's going on with Logic? It's all very normal. It's all very normal. But you got to understand from the premise, Aubrey Advisors and Shad Drone screwed the company. They completely, disastrously destroyed shareholder value and left the company with no money. Luckily, the team kept at work. The shorting continues. The shorting continues. Now, the American Stock Exchange guy will say, "Oh, there's systems in place. They're good clients. It's just intraday. It's an algorithm." You know, whatever. That's one way of looking at it. And it is algorithmic trading for sure. I think it was intent, and there's probably legitimate shorts that know what happens when these companies get destroyed by financiers. But I think what happened is ongoing short selling to benefit from the weakness of the stock that Aubrey Advisors intentionally left it with, in my judgment. In my judgment. Let me see if I have it here. I try to keep everything filed so I can reach it. But I don't see it. You never can find something when you need it. There, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. All right, let's see. Let's see. Logic. Aubrey SPAC disaster. The Aubrey SPAC disaster. Ionic Ventures, another disastrous group. Oh, Ionic just is day trading. I mean, they're a good client. There's systems in place. That's the thing. When you can steal and the people you're stealing from make excuses for you, you're in the best place in the world. All right. So RW. What's new about this? Nothing. It's just another week's gone by, and it's another time to ask. But Logic finalizes acquisition of MedLab Essentials LLC in a $100 million valuation deal. July 25th, Today announced the definitive agreement to acquire MedLab Essentials, a trailblazer in cell and gene therapy innovation. Logic will acquire MedLab through a share exchange of newly issued shares of Logic for 100% of MedLab. Valued at $100 million, marks a significant milestone for Logic as it diversifies into the burgeoning biotech sector. The preliminary target valuation of MedLab is $100 million, with Logic shareholders poised to retain 15%. Post-transaction, the combined equity aims to meet listing qualifications to uplist. The acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions targeting a cumulative value exceeding $750 million, focusing on biotech and cell and gene therapy assets. Logic will acquire MedLab through a share exchange, issuing new Logic shares for 100% of MedLab shareholder interests. MedLab will integrate as a wholly owned subsidiary of Logic, with key MedLab executives joining the senior management team. Upon closing of the transaction, Mr. Swan will step down as CEO. The successful acquisition of MedLab marks a transformative milestone for Logic, propelling us into the lucrative biotech domain. This strategic move enables us to develop groundbreaking treatment for serious illnesses with access to proprietary laboratory technology, generating new ways to treat patients and enabling customization of cell and gene therapy for longevity, anti-aging, and life extension. This merger marks a pivotal new chapter for MedLab, aligning with Logic not only grants us access to capital markets, but also sets the stage for significant new developments and growth. Our integrated approach from R&D to commercialization ensures we address the intricate demands of this complex field. With this merger, we are poised to embark on a new journey of innovation, expansion, with more acquisitions and strategic growth initiatives on the horizon. By Q1 2025, Logic plans to transition from OTC markets to a NASDAQ or NYSE listing. The company is targeting 6 additional strategic acquisitions, which are in the process now. This is July 25th. And will provide a path to significant revenues by mid-2025. Valuation. MedLab has secured a valuation of $100 million. So the business model will be drug development, medical devices and remote monitoring, rare diseases, strategic partnerships, and etc., longevity treatment, cell and gene. Okay, this transaction is slated for completion by August 15th, 2024, subject to standard closing conditions. This acquisition is the first of 6 biotech-focused companies, with subsequent acquisitions already in the letter of intent stage. Okay, so I can't find the other news story. They updated this last month, and they said that those 6 more companies, the 7 total, are worth more than $750 million RW. Now you want immediate news, which I understand. I do understand that. As an owner of Logic, I understand it. So our 300 million shares are 15% of 2 billion shares. So RW, let me ask you something. Would you prefer that the company just announces the first deal at 100 million? So that, and they've already announced it. It's already been finalized. That works out to 5 cents. That works out to 5 cents a share valuation right now. But you want that out there. Let's get that out there. Okay, just think that through. If that comes out, 15% of 2 billion shares is 300 million shares at 5 cents. Well, now you still have to go talk to 6 other CEOs and get them in. Now, what do you offer them? You've already given your shares away at 15%. Oh, that's right. You just make the same deal. We'll give you, let's just, I can't, it's a theory. I don't want to go through it page by page. But there's another 650 million or more in value that needs to be stuffed in those 2 billion shares. Would it be better that they announce this? Okay, we got that. Now let's go on to the next one. Well, how do you offer the next guy or girl 85% of the company? Issue more shares. So then you've got on the next deal, you've got to issue, you bring it out to 4 billion shares. And by the time you're done, you're at 10 billion shares. Just what the criminals want. Don't you think, RW, it would be better that the company negotiates these transactions and announces them all within the framework of 2 billion shares? That's my belief. Now, let me just see if I can find hey, Lucky, I see you over there. I see you, sad guy. All right, I just read you that deal. It says in there that it's going to be over 750 million, so call it 800,000. Let's just do that. Let's assume it's 800,000. 800 million, sorry, 800 million. Because that's more than 750 million. Maybe you think I should go to 756 million. Let's just say 800 million. You can adjust it if you think I'm being too glossy. So multiply that by 0.15. That's 120 million. And if we can just leave the shares as is, in that 2 billion range, we divide that by 300 million. And it's 40 cents a share, RW, 40 cents a share. Now, in terms of when will these things be announced, my opinion is they if they're talking to everybody, they can delay it with the SEC, their responsibility to announce deals, because they're all still in negotiation. So I'm going to say that Logic, what I would prefer Logic to do, I've already described. I would hope that they get an agreed participation of all 6 or 7 companies into the 2 billion shares, and they don't have to expand the outstanding shares very much more than that. That's 40 cents. I don't know how much longer they can wait to make those announcements, because they did make that announcement last month. If there is something finalized, I know it's an art, not a science, but at some point they are obligated to make full disclosure to everyone. Now, the only other thing I've heard, and I've told you already, is remember Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Advisors left both companies with no money because they were so committed to the success of the companies. Logic got behind on paying a lot of its, its sundry bills, including, and now I'm embellishing this from what I heard, but they didn't pay the provider of their website. That website got frozen for payment, and there was a scramble. My understanding is that is all taken care of now. RW, you could understand, I think, if they make one or a series of announcements that are robust and exciting, which I think they will be, they're going to want a website that is capable of getting a lot of hits per minute, per hour, and all that. So that may have delayed some sort of announcement here in September of 2025. For some reason, when I tell people that August every year is when people take vacation, bankers take vacation, senior executives take a vacation, wealthy investors take vacation. In August of every year, they go on vacation. But when I point it out, it's met with, well, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't they get this done in August? Whatever. People can believe that the SEC and bankers work full on through August, through the end of July, through August and the beginning of September. They don't leave their desks. You can believe that if you want. But I'm telling you, August is a tough time to get deals done, to get money wired, to close transactions. August is very difficult. How do I know? Why do you think my hair is white? So we're now in the third week of September. Is that right? Third week of September. Or we're about to go sort of in the last week of September. I would guess, RW, we don't have to wait much longer for Logic to announce something. Personally, I hope it takes them another 4 weeks, 5 weeks, because personally, I would like them to put all 7 companies into 2 billion shares, not have that 2 billion shares expand to 5 billion. But if it expands, it expands. We have to live with it. Now you have to remember, RW, they're going to exchange 50 shares for 1 share of the new co. So that means that 40 cents will be a $20 stock on the New York Stock Exchange, but it's still worth 40 cents a share to us. But it'll be on the New York or the NASDAQ. I hope it's the New York. But that'll be hard to short, $20, particularly if you have 7 revenue streams coming from 7 vibrant biotech companies. But hey, I know people have lost money in Logic and it's tired of waiting and when will it go and all that. I understand that. So maybe it's the time to just sell it. Sick of waiting. I'm tired of it. I don't ever want to wait for it again. Maybe that's the thing to do. I don't know, but RW, to just ignore the whole story that I just gave you and just look at the chart, which I feel like I just did this, but I'll do it again. since the beginning. This is where Aubrey, at the end of 2024, November, you see this right here, up in here. This is where Aubrey Advisors and Chadron destroyed the company because of their greed, because they were helping their client Polar, in my judgment, take this entire market cap out of Logic. And if you look at collective audience, here it is. I gotta go here. This is how the stock opened up here. And one of the people at Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, or at Polar, or the other hedge fund, I don't know the name, called into FINRA and said, wait a minute, or NASDAQ, and said, wait a minute, they don't have enough shares. Well, wouldn't Aubrey Advisors and Chadron, who have done over 100 SPACs, sponsorships, wouldn't they have alerted their counterpart and said, look, there's going to be a 24-hour window when the shares won't match, but we're issuing enough shares in the transaction, it wouldn't be a problem. Well, what happened? The stock opens up at 38, it collapses, and then the guy from the American Stock Exchange continued to argue that it's just an algorithm, systems are in place, there's no shorting. Well, let me just show you. This downward trend here is all shorting. And that is what Aubrey Advisors and Chadron was providing to Polar and the other hedge fund. That profit. That's who their real client was. And then the stock continued downward. But you know what? The reason I love CAUD's CEO, Peter Boards, is this right here. It's right here. NASDAQ delisted him. And he said, you know, basically pound sand, we're going to move to the over-the-counter markets. So he did not do a reverse split. I like that about him. Anyway, that's collective audience. And you see this downward trend right here. Well, let's go to Logic. And let's annotate it. Here's the downward trend. Now let's see CAUD. Okay, annotate it. That right there is the similar downward trend in Logic. They just shorted the heck illegally and in collusion, and they manipulated it. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Adina Friedman doesn't care. No one gives a flying circus. But anyway, that's what happened to Logic. And then Logic in here had no money. Everybody was working on collective audience. And then Logic continues to be sold downward because these guys knew what was going on, which I think is inside information. But come in the middle here, somewhere probably down here, the company got the refiling of the last year's numbers, the filing of the first quarter, and there was a rally. There's a rally here. But you know what? Same thing happened again. The company needed to file again. They needed to keep their finances. And remember, Aubrey Advisors left them with no money. It looks like they had to raise more money. and the stock went down doing that. Now, they've made the announcement in July here, and they followed up, I think, shortly thereafter, that this first deal is finalized, and they're going to do 800 million, over 750 million. But here came, and no one believes me, so I'm just, here comes somewhere in this time frame, here to here, is vacation time. Nothing happens. Oh, it doesn't make sense to me. They should have gotten it done. They should work overtime. The lawyers at the SEC, we're paying them. They should be working. The investment bankers should be working. It's just doesn't happen. So now we're here in September, and let me see if I can. Let me see if I can go to just 6 months. That's not good. 9 months? Yeah. Let's just go back to the year. Or how about year to date? No, we'll just go back to a year. Okay, we'll go to a year. So August, last week of July, through to the first weekend or so of September, that's vacation time. The stock got crushed because of the crappy job Aubrey Advisors did. And you can see that. It went sideways and then rallied a bit and then was crushed again. Up, came back down again. These are times where the company needed to raise money, just like the shorts want. So they issue more shares. It's a perfect crime. They control it. The Aubrey Advisors make sure the company doesn't have money. Company has no choice but to raise money at a disastrous move. However, what ended up happening is they basically doubled the shares. They didn't go to the huge number. So in that sense, you have a management team that looked out for you. Now, what do you notice after the first week of September? The lows in the stock, for the most part, are higher lows. Higher lows. There is this one bust through here, which is just trying to scare everybody into selling. Then there's this sort of, I don't know what to call it, resistance, but you've got a triangle here, a pennant here. They did try to break it down. It didn't work. There was a lot of volume, and it didn't stay down. It snapped right back up. I take that as a positive. But that's where they were trying to cause something and make it come back down so they could do some covering. Instead, because of this announcement, because they're going to bring $800 million in, this level here needs to be punctured to the upside. Will it happen? I think so. If it does, I think your first stop is here, sort of 6 cents. Your next stop is here, sort of 8 cents. It could have a pause somewhere around 9 cents. But the big one that I think is where it's going to go is this gap. It's going to fill that gap at 16 cents. So if you're down here and you can buy the stock at 3 cents, these announcements come out Could they come out in the last week of September? Maybe. Personally, I hope they wait until they get the bulk of the 750 in definitive deals before they announce, so they can calculate, instead of 100 million in value for 2 billion shares, let's say they can calculate 650 million in value for 2 billion shares. So it's a higher number for us. But if we assume the 800 million, 2 billion, that's 40 cents a share. That's off this chart, because this chart just goes up to 25 cents. So will the stock go to 40 cents? Maybe. Could it go higher? Maybe. But let me ask you, RW, are they going to sell it off once it's announced? Now, I know it's a pain. I'm in it. I know it's a pain waiting. I know it. It's annoying. But personally, I think the group has done a fantastic job. They're getting an exciting industry and 7 companies to roll up into the shell. And look at this trading. They destroyed it because of Aubrey Advisors' complete fraudulent services, in my judgment. They destroyed it, and then they had to live with it. They recovered. They still had to live with it. But look, time has gone by. They've built the company. I believe this slant trend line that I drew is support, even though they punctured it briefly. And whether it comes with news or it's just price action, you don't need news for this to break out of this 3-cent range and run. And I think we're on the verge of it, RW. I think Logic is on the verge of it. But everyone's tired of hearing about Logic. Just tired of it. And I also understand that. I totally understand that. That's what they want you to feel and believe. So anyway, if it breaks out, as I'm looking at this, 4 cents could be a problem too. It breaks out at 3 cents, 4 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, 9 cents. There's nothing here to stop anything. Maybe 15, maybe right at the beginning of that gap. But if it closes the gap, 16 cents. So you buy it at 3. I'd put, unless you want to hold it for next year, which I would be all for if you believe in the story once you read about it. But possibly as a trade, 15 cents is the where to get out. Goes from 3 to 15, it's 5x. And yes, it's been a pain. I think what Aubrey Advisors and Chadron did is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. But it takes time. When you get destroyed, you can't fix things right away. But I think we're now at the point where that's going to recover, and possibly very quickly. It's a long answer, I know, Robert. I know it, RW. I know it is. That was my dad's name, RW. I can't trade OTC. Well, this TLO might be a good one, and I know my erstwhile clients out of Saudi Arabia are working on in the biotech space. It seems to be all the future. I had a dream about Mustafa. Yeah, it was Logic. I was talking about Logic right there. Logic's going to become a biotech powerhouse. If what has been described in writing comes to pass in the press releases, they are bringing 7 separate companies into Logic, which will have revenue streams, growth, and income next year. And Logic looks like a great story, but I just showed you people are just tired of hearing it. It's not going to be managed by Brent. There's people out there that hate Brent. It's not going to be managed by Brent, although it's Brent's work that's putting all this together. But such is life. People always say, you know, the glory will go to the new people. But Logic is going to be a very I think, a very powerful story in 2025. But don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get you to just hang on to it. Do what you want to do when you see it go up. Hey, John, OTC pink sheets. I don't know if it's on there. I don't think it is, but it might be. Let me look. It's got a yield sign, so that's not good. I mean, if you didn't know the company and you see a yield sign, it says delinquent SEC reporting. So that might be part of the holdup too. Look, they didn't have money. And every quarter goes by, they got to anyway. I think they have enough money, and I think that yield sign will be taken off. But yeah, you're right. That's I don't see where it says if it trades on the pink sheets or not. I don't. It doesn't say, darn it. Right, so let me go to Yahoo. Okay, it should say right there. Yeah, it is. It's OTC pink sheets. Well, anyway, Matthew, what they're going to do, it's already been voted on. The 2 billion shares, I hope it's 2 billion. Maybe it'll be more. There's going to be a reverse split. And I think at this point, you can expect that. I don't know how long it takes to get 7 companies under the umbrella, but I think you can assume it's going to take the rest of the year to get them all done. So it'd be first quarter next year, second quarter maybe. They're going to do the 1 for 50 share reverse split, which in this case, it'll help the shorts because it will release funds, but it won't help the shorts continue to destroy the stock. But this is all in Aubrey's plan. And it's, you know, these are just brilliant men and women taking advantage of the corruption and the lackadaisical interest of the SEC. But anyway, it's so at 40 cents, it'll become a $20 stock on hopefully the New York Stock Exchange with at least 7 different revenue streams, 7 different biotech therapies, and one would presume growth ahead, research, institutional buying. I think it'll be very hard for them to short that stock once that happens. So that's GTII, the receivership was approved by the court. So the whales have a receiver who I know and has worked hard, is now in there. He will go after the monies that were either, you know the story. I'm not going to tell it to you anymore. You know it already. Over a year ago, David Reichman decided not to do a deal with the whales. He decided it was best to destroy his company by assigning shares to charities, to his kids, to his barber shop, to his auto mechanic, to himself. That's the allegations in a lawsuit. The receiver is now going to be able to go after those monies and shares. But that's a court process. I am not a lawyer. To me, that means time. And so that's one side of it. The other side, which is great, the whales, let's call them, are the ones pushing this agenda. There is a company they want to bring into GTII. I know the Trento Mine guys were coming in with deals. I also hear there's other transactions that want to come into GTII. Personally, I wouldn't expect anything to happen quickly. Why? If I were CEO of a company going in, picking a shell, it wouldn't be GTII until it was cleansed by the court process, which that could happen in 2 weeks. The reason I would go into GTII is there's a lot of money behind the whales. And the whales could say, you know what, come in, roll in, we'll give you whatever you need, 2 million, 5 million, and we'll jumpstart the company. And then there's a chance for the stock to go up. But noblesse oblige, there's so many moving parts. The stock trades on what is Orwellianly called the expert exchange, and you shouldn't be trading it. Just write it off in your head. And in fact, seek professional advice, but write it off your taxes at the end of the year. It has value to write it off, by the way. You know, when you're dealing with money and finance, you have to think out. Let's say you own 10,000 shares, and let's say you paid $5 for it. You put 50 grand into GTII. You write it off at the end of the year. You got to wait 31 days to buy it back. But let's leave that as a separate discussion. When you buy it back, it starts the short-term, long-term clock again. But I think Kamala Harris is going to be president. And under her proposals, short-term and long-term will be taxed the same way. In fact, your capital gains may be taxed before you sell the stocks. But at least you will not have to listen to that misogynistic, anti-Semitic, racist, white supremacist Donald Trump. I don't know why people vote the way they do. They get you on the emotions and you vote completely against your interests. But let's say you lost 50,000 in GTII, 10,000 shares. You write it off at the end of the year after checking with an accountant. And it's assuming it's not trading. You write it off. You try to sell it, they won't let you, so you write it off. Well, that's a $50,000 loss. If you can buy back the shares next year, or if you're willing to just realize that making money isn't that you have to make money. It's not the high school prom. You don't have to go home with the one you brought. You can make money in a different stock. But anyway, you've got a $50,000 loss. Well, let's say next year you make a $50,000 gain in your finger motion position, you sell it, and let's assume that it's long term. It's not going to matter under Kamala Harris. It'll all be taxed as short term. So, but if let's do it as short term, because I think she's going to be president. So that's $50,000 profit. That'll put you maybe in the 40% bracket federally, and it will your state maybe has 10%. So call it a 50%. You can adjust it downward. Tax obligation you have on that $50,000 gain. That means the government gets $25,000, you keep $25,000. Well, if you've written off your GTII, in my example, you can offset that $50,000 gain 1-for-1 with a $50,000 loss. And guess what? You don't have to pay $25,000 to the government. Now there's no money that changes hands, but it's a real bottom line benefit to your net worth. You save $25,000. Now, if you go back to the beginning of my example, you saved $25,000. You did own 10,000 shares of GTII. Well, do the division. You got $250 back. You got $250 back. You got $250 back. I know it's a nightmare to lose a lot of money in the market. I know. And I know it from CRTD, GTII, FNGR. I know it. But there are ways of getting a benefit out of the bad news. So anyway, I would plan on writing GTI off by the end of the year. I don't think GTII is going to do anything over the next month or so that's going to rock you. The only way it'll happen, the only way good things will happen quickly is they come to a mutual resolution to step out of receivership and the whales fund a new deal right away. But you will not know until that happens what the whales ask for. My guess is they'll cram down current shareholders. They're not in it to help you. They're in it for themselves. So we won't know what that cram down will be. And the other thing is, if it's a merger or whatever, you just watched it with Logic or these other companies. It takes so long. And then GTII needs to bring its financing filings current. And the receiver is going after shares that were purloined and dollars that were misappropriated. You know what I hear? Time is what I hear. So I don't think there's anything to constantly ask about or worry about. I do think the positive news is, noblesse, is that GTII, this is fantastic news that the receiver who the whales appointed was approved by the court. So it's brilliant. But let's just see what happens. I think there's other stories. No one wants to think about, for example, Logic, but I think that's a double, triple, quadruple, 5 times on your money. There's other stocks that Ham talked about that I think are gonna be places to make money too. I don't think GTII is going to be a place to make any money, probably for at least 90 days and probably longer. That's my opinion. I'll stand ready to change it as soon as I can. But that's what I feel about it. Well, I'm all torn up by that guy's rights. Yeah, I could fly. I could fly. What do you call it? Dead sea. I could dead sea. I could dead sea. Oh, he's a bad guy. He's bad to women. Look how he treats his daughter and his wife. Two daughters. Look how he treats them. Look how he treats uh, uh, Saunders. Look how he treats the women that he appoints in his White House. And he just appoints. He hires female attorneys just to mistreat them. And yeah, he's just a really bad guy, really bad guy. And he moved. Look, I don't agree with his Middle Eastern policy. I'm four square. Believe that what's happening in Palestine is the slaughter of children. Polio's coming back. There's no water. There's no jobs. What's happening in Gaza Strip and elsewhere is evil on the scale of people who mistreated the Jewish population of Europe 100 years ago, 90 years ago. It's unbelievable. It's almost as if God is saying, you know what? Evil is evil, and you're capable of it too. And what we need to learn is how to forgive each other, because every single human being, under the right circumstances and the warped thinking and with hatred, can behave the same way those evil people did. Maybe that's God's lesson. I don't know. But anyway, Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem. That's really anti-Semitic. Unbelievable. But people believe that he's a bad guy. And you're not going to change that opinion. You're not going to change that opinion. And when the election results come in, they're not going to make sense to you, but they'll make sense to the blues. They'll make sense to the blues. All right. What else did I want to tell you? Probably not much. What time is it? 2:13. I do want to talk more about gold, and I guess I did spend some time on it. But for somebody asked me last time to update on the company that some of you invested in. I will try to do a Zoom call where we can all talk together, but I can't talk about it out over the airwaves. But the good news is it looks like the company is funded, and I actually believe with success, this little company could be bigger than. We're not there yet, so don't. It's a projection, not a promise. But Barrick Gold last year had 77 million ounces of gold in reserve, and Polyus had 109, and Newmont had 136 million. That's the biggest. I think that this little company if this is the property, they have a north zone and a south zone, and they've drilled over 200 wells down to 200. It's sonic drill. It's not wells, it's holes. Sorry, holes down to 200 feet. The material could go down hundreds of feet. They did drill, I think it was 4 or it was 8 something, down to 400 feet. And it's the same material. It may go down 600, 800 feet. But ignoring that, just sticking with 200 feet, if they just drill, connect the two zones. If they just connect the two zones. And I mean, then that looks like that's for sure. The other, and I also think this is very close to for sure, but they have to get the grade just like the Carlin trend they were talking about when I read to you, to greater than 0.2 ounces of gold per ton. Right now, they assay it at 0.038, so call it 0.04. That's using caustic fusion. That's an assay method the street will accept. They would still have to build a commercial process on that. But the goal of this funding is to get it to 0.2, and the guy is just adamant that he's got it. He's going to start work next week. Monday, he's going to start, as he puts it, pouring gold. It'll take longer than that. It'll take a few months, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. But anyway, if they just drill between the northern zone and the southern zone and connect them to 200 feet, and they prove up this 0.2, it's 105 million ounces. 105 million ounces of gold. And then if they additionally were to drill outward in both directions on their entire claim, just to 200 feet, this might be 200 million ounces of gold. And then without expanding it, just to be conservative, they will drill down to 400 feet. They will drill down to 600. So ignore adding anything for that. It just gives more confidence that they could have 200 million ounces. Well, if they prove that up, and look, this is rose-colored glasses. Everything goes right. Newmont Mining's reserves at the end of last year, 136 million ounces of gold. This company could have 200 million. We're not there yet. We're a long way. We got to build the pilot plant, prove it works, drill the additional reserves. But that's the kind of upside that has. So I'm excited about it. But I'll have a conference call so we can talk about it. Well, I was talking to a good friend of mine about silver, and he's not convinced. But Matthew, what I will tell you is, and I assume that's what you mean, I think, particularly if we go to war, But if we build up our AI and build up computers, medical treatments, I'm trying to think of the other uses of silver. There's not enough silver. There's not enough silver in the world. Matthew, there used to be an enormous above ground stockpile of silver, and it doesn't exist anymore. And the thing about silver is it's used in things like computers or phones or in creams or in other things I can't even think of right now. And when those things are disposed of, the silver just goes into the compost heap or into the junkyard. And it disappears. Now, I will say on the supply side, there will be more silver coming to market as companies drill for gold. This little company that some of you invested in, and once the deals are all finalized, I'll start using the name. But right now, it is kind of a quiet period too. But even this company has silver. As people drill for copper, even iron, and gold, palladium, they find silver. So their silver supply there will be additional silver that comes into the system. But I think what's going to happen, Matthew, the rest of the world buys silver and gold. We don't in the West. We buy Bitcoin and automobiles and real estate, and we flip stocks, flip burgers, flip concert tickets. You know, we sell anything on eBay. I don't know, but we don't focus on the precious metals. Well, until currencies collapse, most of the wealth is still in the Western world, although and Middle East. But China, it depends on how you count China. If you count it as a developing country the way the WHO does, China's wealth is coming up and already has come up very rapidly. China, you can buy gold and I believe silver, but I know you can buy gold in cigarette machines. You can buy gold in vending machines in China. You don't have that here. But I understand at Costco you can buy gold and you can buy silver. So it's coming. But we're nowhere near the time where it's front page news. We're not there. I will correct myself. For the last many months, everybody talks about it. And so now when I talk about it, these books I've been reading from, they're all 15 years old, 20 years old. It makes it sound like I'm just joining in. This has been my playbook since probably 20, 25 years talking about this. And I stopped because it wasn't working, frankly, and I had to focus on other things. But anyway, back to silver. Silver did get to 120 to 1 in gold, vis-a-vis gold. So the price of silver, it took 120 ounces of silver to match 1 ounce of gold. Well, it's now 80 to 1. Last time I looked, it could be less. I don't know. And people, all of us, we're human beings. We look at the prints and we say, oh, that must be right. It's not right. The COMEX, the London Exchange, New York, these guys sell paper silver in sizes that are unbelievable. Silver is suppressed as much as I don't know, GME was. although I don't think GME has any value at all other than its cash. I'm not trying to say there's value there, but there was no doubt that there was a huge suppression, short selling in GME. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rallied like that. That's going on in silver, and so it makes people believe there's plenty of silver around. There isn't, and I actually think, Matthew, I hope it doesn't happen soon, because I'd like to buy some silver. But I actually think that silver's near a red line where when it becomes clear that there's not enough physical silver, we're going to be in trouble. Let me try to describe it differently. The price of silver, just like oil, just like gold, just like stocks, are priced on the margin. So the silver price is controlled by hot short sellers at JP Morgan and elsewhere. They just sell stock. They sell the entire year's supply of silver into the paper markets, and it suppresses it. Everybody believes it. So then miners who mine silver sell it at that price. And I showed you a chart earlier. I guess I did it on the screen, where my opinion, that's just my opinion, I think China continues to dance with the United States, although the war, what is it, 4 generations and we forget what happens in war? But it looks like we're headed to war under, well, it must be the fault of that horrible man. But I think we have to look at it objectively. At the turn of the century, around the year 2000, George W. Bush appointed people like Donald Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz and Cheney. And they came into office with this agenda called the New American Century. They brought with them Robert Kagan and his wife, Victoria Nuland, and people like John McCain and Senator Graham came along. And the whole idea is, as described by General Wesley Clark, the whole idea is to spread freedom and democracy like mayonnaise on 7 countries. 7 countries. It was, to my memory, it was Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya. Yemen might have been part of it. I can't remember as I'm talking to you. Lebanon might have been one, but that doesn't ring true to my memory. Afghanistan, and I'm missing one. 7 countries. The only one we haven't invaded and destroyed and spread mayonnaise and bombed brown-skinned people, darker-skinned people than Kamala Harris, darker-skinned people than Joe Biden, darker-skinned people than George W. Bush, darker-skinned people than Donald Rumsfeld, darker-skinned people than Victoria Nuland, women, girls. The only country we haven't attacked yet is Iran. All the rest of them we've got. Well, there's one big one in our hubris that we want badly, and that's Russia. Because Russia invaded the Ukraine and mistreated Victoria Nuland's great grandparents. They invaded the Ukraine with pogroms and mistreated Jews in horrible ways. But that included Blinken's grandparents. And nobody's running the White House right now. So we're going to attack Russia. We already have. So we're going to be at war with Iraq and Russia before these idiots realize that the country that won the Cold War and the country that won World War II, it was probably the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union destroyed Germany. We, of course, were the massive help, but it was the Soviet Union that lost 20 million people and took over Germany, Berlin. But it was also Gorbachev who made the agreement with Reagan and basically brought down his own empire. And then it was Putin who asked, and the drunk, I forget his name right now, who asked to be part of NATO. Bill Clinton said, well, yeah, we won't move. We won't go any further, but yeah, you know, can't trust Bill Clinton. Now we're going to go to war. So anyway, I hope we don't go to war, Matthew. I really do. But if China continues to play ball with us, I think it's because they want to make sure that their gold reserves are the second largest in the world. I would imagine their gold reserves already are the second largest in the world, bigger than Germany, bigger than Russia. And then the question is, do we really have the gold we say we do? Jim Rickards thinks we do. I don't. But we'll find out. We won't let anybody look. So it won't matter. We'll just say it's there and you won't look. But I think China wants to get their gold reserves up, maybe even surpassing ours, before the new Bretton Woods comes in place. I'm not sure that it's going to wait for that time frame. When you listen to Jim Rickards, he believes that the mechanism that's going to balance the awful amount of debt with the dollar or worldwide currencies is going to be the special drawing rights, the SDRs, the IMF, which I personally don't think the rest of the world, I don't think the UN, the IMF will be based, anything, the World Bank, they're not going to be based in DC and New York anymore. They're going to move south and out where the governments and the institutions and regulators don't lie, like our banks, our regulators, and our government. It's a horrible thing to say. Horrible thing to say. But that's where we are. But anyway, Matthew, to get back to what happens, Jim Rickards, now he said that in this book, which I've read to you guys, it's an old book though, it's 2016, and he had 4 books. I read and studied them all. This is the only one I have here with me. But oh, here it is. Oddly, Matthew, it's right here. If the United States, the Eurozone, and China were to agree on a gold standard using M1 as the money supply measure, and 40% gold backing, this is back in 2016, the implied price of gold would be about $10,000 an ounce. I'd show it to you, but I don't think you can. Right here, be about $10,000 an ounce. Well, Jim Rickards has now come out with his adjusted number for that, same sort of arithmetic. It's $27,000 an ounce for gold. $27,000 an ounce for gold. Well, silver for a while was 120 to 1. 120 ounces of silver price to 1 price of gold, 1 ounce of gold. Now it's around 80 to 1. These are complete distortions. When Britannia ruled the waves, when London was the financial center of the world, they converted gold and silver at a ratio of, and I think it was mandated by law, at 15.5 to 1. So call it 16, 15.5. Call it 16 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold. Well, we're at 80 to 1 right now. Historically, over time, I'm doing this all by memory, so if, allow me rough mistakes. But historically, over hundreds and hundreds of years, the ratio of silver and gold in the ground is 12 to 1. And that is before each empire destroyed its currency, its coins. It was basically 12 to 1 was the ratio. Now, I read to you, and Matthew, I'll read it to everybody again. Mike Maloney's book, he wrote in, I've got to find the page. He wrote it in 2008. Well, that's when it was published, 2008. So anyway, on I just got to find the chapter. Okay, just his last paragraph. So where do I think that silver's price will go? That's his question in 2008. He says, that's not really important. As I've said before, the price means nothing. The question is, what's the value? This is Mike Mahoney's book. I can honestly say that silver is extremely undervalued at the present time. Now, he was wrong. He was wrong by 15 years, 14 years, 16 years. I can't do the arithmetic. Well over a decade, he was wrong. My opinion of that is 3 things, maybe 4, maybe COVID had something to do with it. But I think it's Bitcoin. He didn't predict that. I think it's the money printing and banking suppression and manipulation of Helicopter Ben. I'm not blaming him on the corrupt, the behavior of banksters. I'm just talking about Helicopter just pouring money in. But then I also think it's that oil stayed low. Oil prices stayed very low. I don't know that that's going to continue. It's hard to match it up against if our world gets massive population decline because of died suddenly. There's a lot of died suddenlies on the soccer pitch, on young cheerleaders, on doctors and lawyers. It's in the news. Died suddenly. Well, if that accelerates, because everybody took as one possible explanation for the hearty tax, as my kid sister used to say, and other things, everybody took the cause of it. Everybody, billions of people. Well, if that accelerates, I've read studies that within 5 years, our society collapses, our hospital system is gone. Well, in that kind of nightmare, everything's going to turn to shite anyway. I don't know if that'll happen. The other thing is our population, no, women aren't having children. They're just not. And, you know, everybody, this one guy, I banned him, gets upset with me. But the fact is, as much as women like, now I'm going to say something dangerous, but I think women, probably correctly, in times before oil, times before police departments and the rule of law, maybe they're right. And maybe they're right before 1960. I don't know. But women do a lot of blaming white straight men for everything that's wrong with it in their life. And somehow they get exempted from being part of the white supremacist movement. It's just on the men. Whatever. I don't want to get in all of that. But what I do want to say, women decide. I was at there was a woman in college that I just was over the moon for, and we're sitting at the deli with one or two pitchers of beer, and my friend on the other side, she was sitting with us, and she got up and went to use the restroom, and I forget how he put the question, but he said something like, "Do you know who she's going to sleep with tonight?" And nobody at my school, we weren't one of these party schools. In fact, I don't know, stupidly looking back, that's one of the reasons my guidance counselor said, well, if you go there, I got it early accepted. If you go there, it's a party school. If you go there, it's going to be hard work. I went where the hard work was. But the answer was, he said, whoever she decides to. Women choose who, except for Puff Daddy's world, women choose who they're going to be with. They choose who they're going to date. They choose to have children. They choose. They alone have the decision of whether our species has more children. And women are just not having children. They're just not having children. And so we could have a population decline. It won't happen right away. It'll be like Ernest Hemingway's, was it Ernest Hemingway? No, it was The Great Gatsby. Anyway, it's like the guy that went bankrupt. Slowly at first, then all at once. That's what it'll be. The declines in Japan's population, China's population, U.S. population, except for all the migrants coming in, Germany, all over the world. Women used to have 3 or 4 children by the time they were 25, 28. They might have 1 by the time they get out of their 30s. So I'm not judging it. I'm not judging it. It's all okay. Women are great. I love women. I love women. But it's a societal experiment that may or may not destroy our civilization. So anyway, if in 2050 the world's population is 3 billion instead of 8 billion, oil prices are probably not going to go very high. But I think before then, the scariest thing that's going to hit the world markets is one day the king of Saudi Arabia is going to announce, and it'll probably be the Crown Prince by then. He's going to announce that Saudi Arabia will leave the remaining oil in the Garwar field alone and save it for future generations. Save it for future generations. That will be a sign that the massive bounty of the Special K zone finally watered out. And that'll mean that Saudi Arabia no longer is able to produce 4 or 5 million barrels a day out of the Garwar field. And probably by then, Soviet production will start tailing off. The Permian Basin has been producing prolifically, but there were 2 changes they made. The Railroad Commission. You know, everyone is impressed that George W. Bush was governor of Texas. Governor of Texas is at least the 3rd least powerful position in Texas. It might be lower than that. The number 1 most powerful position in Texas is head of the Railroad Commission. And I met the guy. I'm trying to remember his name. Can't remember. But I met him several times, 3 times, maybe 4 times. It's somebody else, and he wouldn't remember me. But they changed the rules. They used to control how much oil could be produced from the various zones. The 2 rules they changed, the 2 things that changed. One is that the drilling horizontally and fracking sucked the oil out more quickly. So that technology changed. But the thing that Texas changed is they allowed oil companies to produce out of all zones at the same time. It used to be you'd have to produce one zone and then case it, go down to the next zone. And I guess you would do it from, I can't remember how they would do it, from the bottom up. But as I'm talking to you, I think they do it from the bottom up. But the source oil's from the bottom, so I might have it backwards. But anyway, they changed it so you could produce out of all zones. So all of a sudden, the Permian was the extra oil in the world for the last 10 or 15 years. Is it going to continue to be? Well, we'll see. I don't think so. One guy I spoke to, and Junk Savvy looked it up on Google, and anyway, you can trust Google or you can trust old hands at oil and gas. I don't know, one or the other or both. But he told me all the ducks are gone. They're done. In other words, when you drill and you haven't completed the well, there's oil that's ready. As soon as you complete it, you can turn that well on. And we had excess numbers of those wells. I think 1,000 or more. He said they're all gone. So anyway, slowly, I think you're going to see oil headed to $500, $600, $700 a barrel. It's going to be a different world. It's going to be a different world. Anyway, I got off on that, Matthew. I'm sorry. So where do I think that silver's price will go? That's not really important. As I've said before, I was talking about how it's priced on margin. That's what I was doing, just like oil. But what's going to happen with silver is if we get to a point where Apple Computer stores a certain amount of silver for its computers, where whatever chip manufacturer has a stockpile, where medical service companies, if they can't find physical silver to match their needs, which I think could happen, it's not going to matter what the paper markets say. And then JP Morgan's going down. My prediction, pain. All right, let's go with this. So where do I think that silver's price will go? That's not really important. As I've said before, the price means nothing. What's the value? I can honestly say, this is Mike Mahoney, I can honestly say that silver is extremely undervalued at the present time, 2016. 2008. Which brings us right back to the beginning of the chapter. Remember that for the first 2,000 years of history, that we know about, the first 2,000 years of history that we have a written record, the first 2,000 years of history that we have the New Testament. The exchange rate between gold and silver was 12 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold on average. Now, here's the exciting part, Matthew. Given enough time, this is Mike Mahoney, given enough time, values always revert to the mean. If you follow baseball, if you followed my dating life, everything, it oscillates, but it always comes back to the mean. Mike Mahoney goes on to say, but when something is severely out of whack, it will usually overshoot the mean, before it settles back in. The longer and further out, yeah, he's right. The longer and further out of whack it is, the further it will overshoot when it reverts to the mean. For more than a century, for more than 100 years, the gold-silver ratio has been further out of whack than anything I have ever heard of. And as I write this in 2008, the exchange rate between silver and gold is over 50 to 1. You can bet that when a run on silver happens, the ratio will come screaming back. Now, let me make a comment here, Matt. The human being, we think we're so smart. And we are in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, we're not. And one of the things we do is we look forward with our most recent experiences. I was told by a shrink once that you can only move forward, it's your most recent 2 years. So if your gut's hurting and you're depressed because of something that happened, when the nun called you out in front of all the students and whacked your wrist, or, told you to, I don't know what she was doing in the boys' room, but told you to drop your pants so everyone could see your little bottom as she whacked you with a ruler, and you tried not to show any crying or shame. That happened 30 years ago, or whatever, however old I was. He said, if you can just focus on having a good 2 years, that's how you'll feel every day. And that's the thing. The human being looks ahead at silver prices, or looks ahead at stock prices, And hey, it's been this way for 10 years, so it's going to be this way for the next 10 years. It's wrong. You got to, and this is what Mike Mahoney's done very well in this case. You study it. What is the ratio of silver to gold? What's happened since the Federal Reserve came in existence? Since we won the so-called won World War II? We did it with our allies, but then we made enemies of one of our allies and made friends of our enemies. I mean, it's a cockamamie thing. But we had a silver stockpile. And then it was our banks that manipulate. Anyway, we also could mine quickly with the new machinery. Long or the short of it, gold and silver has been out of whack for 100 years, according to Mike Mahoney. But if you go back 2,000 years, according to his study, I think you can go back further, it was 12 to 1. So which is going to be there in the next 10 years or next 5 years or next 100 years? Is it going to be 50 to 1, 80 to 1? And remember, the other thing that he didn't have here was Bitcoin. Everybody went into Bitcoin and all the other coins, the Dogecoin and all that. Those are still there. Those are still there. But I believe they do not replace the industrial need for silver. And that's what silver has over gold. Gold is primarily a financial asset. That's what Bitcoin is. That's what cigarettes are at a prison. Cigarettes are money. Bitcoin's money, because we say it is. Anyway. So tell me about yourself. You mean why I'm a hooker? You're a hooker? I thought I was doing so well. My mother died when I was 6. My father raped me when I was 12. Well, you had a relatively good 6 years. Anyway, for more than a century, the gold-silver ratio has been further out of whack than anything I have ever heard of. That's Michael Mahoney. And as I write this, the exchange rate between silver and gold is 50 to 1. It's 80 to 1 now. You can bet that when a run on silver happens, this ratio will come screaming back. And I'm pretty confident that it will snap way past the historical average of 12 to 1. And because there is less silver than gold for investors to buy, I believe it may even go so far as to meet or exceed the price of gold. I believe it may even go so far as to meet or exceed the price of gold. That doesn't mean it's going to go and stay there. That means in a mania, in a panic, the tulip panic or the South Sea bubble or the, maybe the current real estate bubble. It means in that kind of mass buying, silver for a temporary period of time is very likely to meet or exceed the price of gold per ounce. So if you listen to Jim Rickards, that means silver could go to $27,000 an ounce. But let's do it differently, Matthew. Let's do it differently. Let's take his $27,000 an ounce and divide it by 12. Let's just assume when the pendulum goes up, 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 and it finally comes swinging back, it stops right at the middle. It doesn't go to the, pendulum. Let's assume we have a unique pendulum. It just comes down and makes a hard stop. It doesn't swing further before it comes in the middle. Let's assume that it just goes to 12 to 1. So 27,000 divided by 12, silver would go to $2,250 an ounce, Matthew. And I think I've said it for, 2 years, but I think I've really emphasized it over the last year. I think everybody here who's lost money in GTII, in GME, AMC, CRTD, Vocal, that's the same thing, MULN, MMAT, MMTLP, Logic, CAUD. Anyway, you know all the names. I think silver can make it all back, believe it or not. Silver is the exact same story. Matthew, let me put it one other way. Would you describe real estate, home prices, residential real estate in the United States as being valued at all-time highs right now throughout the country? Would you describe real estate as being priced at all-time highs throughout the world, in the developed world? Would you describe, Matthew, the stock market as being at all-time highs? I don't know if it was the Russell, the S&P, or the Dow, or all three, but one of them, after the Fed decision, went to all-time highs. Do you think the Dow at 40,000 is as compared to 1,000 when this when I got my number, it was either 600 or 700. I can't quite, it was in that range. Would you say that stock markets are, whether or not they're fairly valued or not, would you say they're at all-time highs? Corn, retirement homes, medical bills, seed, automobiles, trucks, college educations, taxes. Would you describe these, Matthew, as all being at all-time highs? Would you go with the argument that some make, bond prices as well, that we are in an everything bubble, that every single asset has been inflated by the expansion of money supply, the expansion of debt? Now, I know John, he's probably not here, but let's look up palladium. And I'm not going to adjust it for inflation because it's too boring. Okay, so palladium is the other one. Or is it platinum? Maybe platinum. Anyway, with the possible exception of platinum and palladium, let me just ask you, do you think gold is at its all-time high? I'm not adjusting it for inflation. The answer is yes, gold is at its all-time high. Where is silver, Matthew? Where is silver? It's less than half of its all-time high. So out of all the assets out there that are in an everything bubble, Okay. Silver has many uses, including jewelry and silverware, photography, pharmaceuticals, water purification, electronics, engine bearings, solar panels, air conditioning, thermal or infrared coatings, brazing alloys, medicine, cars, engines, mirrors, solar technology, cameras, cloud seeding, energy, novelty explosives. Anyway, so it's not like silver is manure or it's trash. But in this everything bubble, and I know I've got to research platinum and palladium. In this everything bubble, silver is not at all-time highs. So wouldn't you think that might be a place to be? Silver is used for cars. Motor vehicles depend on silver as much as they depend on fuel. More than 36 million ounces of silver are used each year in auto manufacturing, according to the Silver Institute. So it's a little bit biased. For example, every electrical connection in a modern car is activated with silver-coated contacts. Every electrical connection in any modern car is activated with silver-coated contacts. Starting the engine, adjusting the power seats, opening power windows, and closing a power trunk are all accomplished using a silver membrane switch. Silver also contributes to automotive safety. Silver ceramic lines fired into the back windows generate heat to melt the ice and keep it from fogging. Silver is used in high-performance spark plugs and antifreeze. Solar technology. Solar cells, known as photovoltaic cells, convert sunlight into electricity. Silver plays a part in making that conversion happen. Silver powder is turned into a paste, which is loaded onto a silicon wafer. It's just a tiny wafer. When light strikes the silicon, electrons are set free. Walter and Scott are free on WTOP. Are set free, and the silver, the world's best conductor, silver is the world's best conductor, carries the electricity for immediate use or stores it in batteries for later use. Commercial solar panels use about 20 grams of silver per unit. Electronics. He says here, increased demand for solar panels causes silver prices to spike. Electronics. Silver shows up in almost every electronic device. If something has an on or off switch, there's probably silver inside. The superb electronic conductivity of this white metal means it's ideal for TV screens. Do you know what those are, TV screens? Switches, printed circuit boards, and a whole host of other electronic products. Soldering and brazing. Silver is a solid. I'm not pronouncing that correctly. A soldier. I'm not saying it right. When it comes to soldering and brazing, when metal pieces like pipes, faucets, ducts, and electrical wires are joined, the process is known as soldering or brazing, depending on how much heat is applied. Without silver, none of these connections would be as sturdy, leak-proof, or electrically conductive as the original materials. Engine bearings. The next time you board an airplane or a helicopter, give some thanks to silver. Jet engines and helicopter engines rely on this metal to keep running. Since they operate for long periods at high temperatures, jet and helicopter engines require stronger ball bearings than any other types of machinery. Silver electroplating fortifies these engines. It also decreases friction between bearings and their housing, enabling safe engine shutdowns if something goes awry. Medicine. Believe it or not, silver helps fight germs, just like pills and shots. It's actually a long time go-to antibiotic. For decades, doctors put several drops of silver nitrate into newborns' eyes to prevent infection. During World War I, battlefield wounds were wrapped in silver foil, and silver sutures closed deep wounds. More recently, bandages and ointments have included silver to ward off bacteria. Healthcare facilities are battling antibiotic-resistant superbugs with silver embedded in equipment and supplies like surgical tools, needles, stethoscopes, furniture, and linens. Silver coatings are also applied to medical devices like catheters, breathing tubes to prevent germs. Water purification. You'll find silver in many of the millions of water purifiers sold every year. Silver prevents bacteria and algae from building up in the filters of purifiers so they can do their job, getting rid of bacteria, chlorine, lead, dirt, rust, sand, and sediment, odor, and a group of chemicals called methanes. In tandem with oxygen, silver acts as a powerful sanitizer. Silver ions are added to water purification systems in community water supplies, pools, hospitals, and spas as a disinfectant. Jewelry. Chances are you or someone you know wears jewelry made of sterling silver, which is a mix of 92.5% silver and 7.5% copper. For centuries, creators of jewelry have turned to sterling silver when crafting pieces like bracelets, earrings, necklaces, because sterling silver is incredibly durable and it costs less than gold. Tableware. Silverware adds a touch of class to any table. Forks, knives, spoons, bowls, mainly because silver is long-lasting in nature and it has been the so-called gold standard for tableware since the 14th century. And then people buy it to invest in it. So anyway, sorry, Matthew, it's a long answer. Barrick will produce silver. North, where the Carlin trend is, let's see. Anyway, it's on this sort of the eastern, it's on a diagonal that goes up into the eastern part of Nevada. And then the project I told you guys about, just north of that, there's a 200 million ton resource of silver. That's a lot of it's been produced, but a lot of it's still left. So yeah. All right. Love the two cameras. Nightmare City. I hate them, but I'll figure out. Yeah, I'm gonna get off there's a committee of commissioners. Hello, Chief Commissioner. How are all the little commissioners? Chief Commissioner Dreyfus. Yes. Yes. Platinum. And there's John. Platinum. What's his? Silver conducts better, however, in some cases. Well, that's true. Gold has industrial uses, and gold is in computers. Gold is in missiles, but silver is. There's. I don't know if it's in this book, but basically all the gold that's ever been mined still exists, except for what they took off the planet to give to Anu. Enki and Enil? No, Enki and Enil and all of their people took gold to Nibiru. Except for that gold, all the gold that's ever been produced is still above, it's still here. Silver, that's not true. Silver, that's not true. I don't know if we're rich in moolah, but we're rich in spirit. Ours is an optimistic country. We're full of optimism and dreams. And that's what makes, I love this country. You love this country. That's what makes America great. We love our freedoms. I'm going to vote for her because she convinced me. When she started talking on Oprah, I was like, wow. Silver conducts better. Oh, I already read that, didn't I? Okay. Well, I'm going to go because I did overeat at breakfast, but I haven't had lunch. It's 3:18, and I just want to get off the phone. All right, I missed a call, darn it. An important call. It might have been about logic. I'll have to try it. I'll have to try it again. All right, everybody, I'm going to sign out. Hey, John, everybody, thank you. RW, thank you. I'm sorry I went on so long. Matthew, thank you. I'm sorry I went on. My time frame is 5 to 10 years. That's cool. My time frame starts to narrow as I start looking out 5 or 10 years. But that's a good number. Relax, everybody. All right. Well, I'm gonna boogie oogie oogie, and I'm going to have to catch you guys on the flip side. So peace, everybody. Remember to pray for peace. Cheers.